Okay, welcome to our next game of Star Wars Mandalorian. We are up to session 90, or season 6, episode 18. Getting up there to the amount of sessions we've done for a single season. So far the max is 12. No, sorry, 22. I knew there was a 2 in there, my brain went, no, that's not how you say that. So, at 18, it's I think it's our second highest season so far.
Yeah, I believe that.
It is. The previous highest is 17, so close. Mm-hmm. We have 1 at 22, 1 at 17, and 3 at 11. So apparently 11 was the lucky number for changing seasons. That's usually where something went, oh crap, I better do a scene advance.
It was like, we lost another live.
That is entirely possible on the planet we are on right now.
At the table today, we have Kessler.
Hello, I am playing Kiana Capeweir, clan security, martial artist, person with a robot arm. Super cool. Out to just reprove herself as a worthy Mandalorian, following along with our clan's code and doing the best she can to support her family.
And not killing absolutely everyone along the way.
Trying not to. Or at least convincing other people to try not to.
But hey, it's always funny when it's
Follow
like,
the rules.
hey, how many people did they kill? All of them.
All of them.
Next up is Peter.
Greetings. I'm playing Sergeant Gum Von Jewel, human quartermaster of the rebellion, and new member of the Mandalorians.
Woo!
You've got your own helmet and everything.
I do, although it's at home. Currently in charge of this motley band of ablative armour, and looking to hopefully successfully guide them in their religious observances.
Spiritual?
Okay,
Spiritual.
let's get spiritual.
Yeah.
In the hopes that if we are successful and they prove themselves to be successful Mandalorians, I will no longer have to be in a leadership position.
Or you'll be so invaluable as a leader that they will permanently make you their leader.
I'm hoping it goes the other way.
Will not happen.
Next up is Saya.
You won't stay in a leadership position because
technically they made me clan Talon, and if I'm able to redeem myself, I'll make every effort to do that, because
Excellent.
that's what Mandalorians do.
More than happy to hand over.
As long as I don't fall
No.
to the dark side and get
It's
distracted by
hand
that.
over. It's a fight. It's a duel.
I want you to fall to the dark side. Me as a player, not my character.
Well, this is why I mention that, so that you will feel conflicted.
I don't feel conflicted
Because, you
at
know,
all.
that's a part of falling to the dark side, is making people feel conflicted. Alright, that makes me the person who uses cute teddy bears as avatars and representatives of...
So you're saying you're in for a Wookiee time?
Yeah, well, look, I don't know. This could be inspiration for the GM. He has a mascot for the
Right.
session. I'm pretty sure he's off screen by now because your camera's tilted up.
Yeah. So what? We're going to blame it on the Wookiee.
No, the Wookiee will blame it on you. You should always let the Wookiee win. They are a true striker. Currently, temporarily, hopefully demoted, so that I can go on my spiritual journey, and hopefully the other Mandalorians here get something out of it as well, because, you know, I'm all for the spiritual reawakening of our clan. It can only help us. Belief in the founder is actually, you know, a part of developing ourselves as a functioning unit.
Yeah.
Keeps us together.
Yeah.
Keeps us working. In the meantime, I don't have the fittings of a brand new lightsaber hidden and secretly delivered to us here and hidden on my person. I think we brought it with us. And, you know, this journey is not likely to lead us to my own personal kyber crystal, instead of the unhealthy relationship I currently have with the red kyber crystal of the lightsaber I did find. I'm wondering if this will mean that I get to have 2 lightsabers, because I really want that for
That'd
myself.
be cool.
That, you know.
That would be pretty sick.
Ahsoka yourself.
To go off topic, the reason I created Soraya out of my prophecy series is because she can wield 2 blades and she's blind, and women are strong as fuck.
I like that.
Sorry for the F word. I know it's supposed to be a PG session. Dank Ferric. That's the one we'll use. It's the only curse
No.
word.
She said frack.
Frack, that's it. Yep, we'll use frack. Got nothing to do with Battlestar Galactica at all. We are not crossing worlds here.
I have no problems
Battlestar
with that.
Galactica is a rip-off of Star Wars.
Do you know how many times I wear Star Trek t-shirts to this game? Just because it amuses me.
Well, hey, I have a Indiana Jones Star Wars crossover T-shirt.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
But he looks so awkward wearing a... what's a Kubra? Not a Kubra. The hat.
The Cooper on top of the helmet.
But it's called... Is it an Akubra? It's
No,
called
it's
Is
a
it?
fedora.
a fedora. That's it.
It was
Yeah.
actually an Australian Cooper that they'd used for
Yeah.
the fedora.
Yeah. They called it a fedora.
They called it a fedora, but they pinched an Australian Cooper to make it slightly different.
That's
and I
why
thought
I
that was
always
funny.
think Akubra. Anyway, all of that aside, usually I'm playing Talon. Right now I'm the spiritual guide. And I hope these big, giant mole things that react to tremors and sensations in the earth and can literally claw you in half with one swipe don't manage to catch us before we get to rock and ground they can't dig through.
And that brings us to Ross.
Khaled.
Yes, I play Khaled, the Enforcer, the Gadgeteer, the Medic, the Cybernetic and Droid mechanic of the group. Currently going, I do miss some of my stuff, but knowing if I did have my stuff, we'll be in a worse situation due to the fact that the local wildlife likes power or electrical power and likes destroying it, as we've seen happen to the fellow hunters that decided to use their repulsor vehicle here and end up getting destroyed. So he's gone to the basics. good old sword, shield, bow and arrow.
And who would like to do the recap for last session?
I think I overheard that Kesley said that she didn't watch all attend last session.
Kayana has amnesia.
I'm pretty sure
Kayana
I
didn't
have
actually go out with them.
I'm pretty,
Hence
sure,
why she
Nice.
has amnesia now.
I'm pretty sure I've
Nice,
noticed.
you got drunk.
Did I?
I don't believe she actually got drunk. I believe she was just left off to the side, not doing anything.
Yeah.
Look, I don't have a date on this, so I'm just hoping this is for last thing.
Should I roll?
Well, the date of it was the 29th of the 4th.
And I don't have a pencil now.
Should I roll for?
You can roll 4, yes.
Yeah. Do we want?
Yes, and the amount you roll depends
let's
on
let
if
you
somebody
roll.
goes to the dark side or the light side.
Peter.
Hey, I didn't do too bad.
Is that all black?
The pencil.
No, that's
literally
3 black and 2
4
white.
inches out of my
It's
range.
not too bad.
Oh, sorry. I've tried to give you room so that when I go back you can get to them. You're as bad as me.
What the hell?
Time. So what was the date, Martin?
Yeah, the date of last session was the 29th of the 4th, 2025. For some reason I kept writing 4 for each of the days.
We're still in May. I still write 2024. All right, Ross, are you able to see the tokens? Okay.
Session?
You can see
Yeah, I see them.
Cool. Perfect.
Can I get the session?
the session
89.
for... Is it for last week
Or
or
for-
this week?
Last one.
Last one was session 89.
89. Okay. Alright. So, Athos. We need to find links to the founder. Public transport. 10 different ships. A lot of time spent lining up, getting onto the ship, travelling a relatively short distance, getting off, waiting for our stuff, lining up, getting on the next ship. I think Martin likes to torture us as characters because we listened to 300 hours of a king lecturing us in the Monday D&D game, so this smacks that
That's
all
true.
over again.
It was 10 hours, not 300.
It just felt like 300.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Athos was founded 40 years ago, pre-Clone Wars. They have a hunting lodge and adventure centre there. 40 freestanding units, a cantina and a hunting armory. We get IDs that tell people that we are students from a military academy on a long distance trip. Garm rotates the use of his room and meal because he gets like a first class one and he's just like super kind and nice. But really what he wants to do is make sure that we all owe him something for something. No, I'm kidding.
Such a...
I'm joking. It's the dark side of me coming out.
Although it doesn't hurt to have the Mandalorians,
Oh, you?
well, on your good side, you know.
No, it doesn't hurt. I think you're genuinely a nice guy, but, we're met by G25, who I attempted to call Gaz, but would only respond to staff member G25. He met us and did he walk us all the way out or just sent us on our way to walk out to our accommodation?
Walk you all the way out.
Well, we did skip for a little while.
You did pay
Yes,
the skip.
yes. He did. He asked if there was any way to make us happy. I said you could skip, and he skipped, and he made me happy, and I gave him a bonus in credits because a tip type thing because he skipped, and that was fun. Garm had to skip with him for a bit, so that amused me even more.
And it's Garm yet got no tip.
On our way out there, we
Garm
found out
doesn't need a tip.
that there was a hunting group that
All need
had not
tips.
returned and they were several days late. Our particular lodge was positioned on the outskirts. We got told, our scanners told us that there were some ruins from before the Republic, which Khalid, I think, used some engineering skills to help figure out the rough location of.
Yes,
They still had imagery from pre-settlement.
Yeah.
Which
What wasn't the
Someday-
tour guide actually mentioned that there was ruins? He just
Yes,
didn't know where
but
they
he
were.
didn't know where they were, and so we figured it out from our maps and scans. But I do believe you used like an engineering role to do like.
Yeah, I was trying to work out where the best areas would have been.
I was
to
just giving you
construct.
credit where credit is due because it was a good idea.
Mm.
I just did not think of using engineering, and you did. I thought that was impressive.
Yep.
So some of the ruins date to the Old Republic pre-Empire. Survey logs have been deleted off-world, so if you're off this world, you can't see any surveys. This is the only place that you can find them. Rumours of precious gemstones found in some of their streams, but an Imperial survey team did a check and concluded it must have been dropped as it was not natural to this region. We all believe the Imperials, right?
Well, how could they get it wrong?
They did the scans. That's what the scans said.
Reading the sarcasm dripping from my voice, if they weren't so absolutely competent and had no reason whatsoever to lie to us, then, you know, of course, it was dropped by, you know, a tourist, and there's not going to be any other kyber crystals found here.
Who's up for prospecting?
Did I say kyber crystals? Pretty shiny, you know, normal gemstones of medium, you know, value and generic finding, you know, blah. You know, nothing interesting at all to see here. Move along. A long-term tourist, Ahab, has a long-running feud with a wild animal, small with spines, and will pay a tracker. So if we needed to earn some credits, that might be something that we could do, because we only came here with 100 credits, and we were stripped of all of our armor, all our gear. We had to come here dressed as civilians. Because, you know, they
Body
were
shirt
really
and everything.
pushing the you need to be retrained as Mandalorians because you guys don't work as a group and listen to your leader. You can order food for long hikes. It's 50 credits per person and lasts several days. All lodges came with portable shelters that had cloaks, climbing gear, etc. The weather at night is cold. Rain at night equals shards of ice. The portable shelter holds enough for 10 hammocks. I did a little internal reflection upon the kind of animals we might find here and figured out that they're probably the same sort of creatures that I've seen in the Founder's book, which kind of suggests that there are kyber crystals here and probably something to do with the Founder here. Brum Brum is able to determine that if we go upriver a day travel, we should come within close proximity of the ruins we're heading for. We went to the armory next, and we learnt that technology attracts large beasts. So you're better off not doing anything. And Ash did a very, very big adult thing, and he gave up the one light blaster we were allowed after Garm and Thea. Garm just decided to hand his in. Thea had kind of like a spiritual sort of, you shouldn't bring your light blaster. And then Ash kind of went, well, I see Garm and Thea handing their light blaster in, I'll do it. And I was really impressed with that, because I didn't think he'd ever hand up the last of his guns. So we all picked a selection of
Well, it could have been
spears.
a munch time, but there wasn't.
No.
Yeah. Spears, knives, shields, swords, and we got some stim packs, med packs, physician's kit, glow rod, fusion lantern, which pretty much used up all of our combined 100 credits that we got each.
And most of their weight
There
capacity.
was a
Yeah,
prepaid
definitely.
wilderness pack each, though, which helped us out. We headed off in the morning, and we came across a hunter's cache with extra food, but we decided to only take, they took 1 or 2 rations just in case. We got stranded out there, but we left the bulk of it there.
What about the light rapiers?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that. So after we finished at the armory, we returned to our lodge and we found a couple of crates there. One of the crates had our light foils.
Oh, from before.
So, so we all have our light foils. Thea did not pretend that she hasn't had a light foil all along and hasn't been practicing with it in private and doesn't really travel outside of the ship with it, but has had it on the ship. But she had to give it up, so the fact that it turned up here was very handy. Was that it from the day before we ended up on the thing?
Besides what you found in your room.
So I went to my room and found a crate there that was only unlockable to my DNA. And that crate had all of the parts to build your own lightsaber. So it was a lightsaber Lego kit.
Nice.
Yeah. But no crystal. So I'm guessing
not build a bear, build a saber.
Yeah, build a saber.
Batteries not included.
No batteries
Great
found
movie.
on spiritual journey alone. So we started off in the morning and we came across a unusual print. We estimated that the creature was going to be at least a meter tall. So that tiny spiked creature that guy had that feud with Ahab, it's not a small spiked creature. It's like a meter tall. It's like a car with spikes and.
I was going to say, if it's covered in spikes, that's not fun.
It's a cross between a mole and a porcupine, basically, or an echidna.
And hey, unlike in stories where they were always bigger, he was saying it was smaller.
Yeah,
I imagine like.
Well, he wanted people to join him, so he's not going to tell you how big it is.
I imagine like a porcupine echidna the size of a kangaroo.
And it had one large paw and one small paw.
We're talking about Martin. Is it the size of a small car?
Depends on which one you're talking about. The one you saw was about the size of a small car.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay, that's bigger.
Yeah.
Cow.
So think bear with the ability to go underground.
Yeah. So they're moles, basically. They're diggers.
Terrifying.
And they respond to technology, attracts them, and makes them very angry.
Yeah.
I suspect it's anything that causes a magnetic interference or electromagnetic.
Sounds like they have sensory issues.
But they can also track you by footsteps, vibrations. That's the word I'm looking for.
That makes sense if they're an underground creature.
Kind of sense.
Yeah.
So
And I'm sure it has absolutely nothing in relation to that TV series called Tremors.
Yeah.
coming up to night time, we come across 3 speeders and 10 very tired people who wave us over. Apparently these people have been lost here for some time. Their speeder batteries had run low and they were lost, I believe.
Yep.
Destroyed.
Destroyed, yeah, that's right, by the big creatures. Garm managed to convince them to give up their blasters, which we pulled out all the power packs of, and hid the battery packs. We gave them our portable tent to sleep in, and we squished enough of us in there with 2 of us on watch. So I think we squished about 13 into the 10 people tent.
Okay.
And while on watch, Garm just happened to make eye contact with one of these creatures, I think.
I thought you were gonna say for a second that he made eye contact with like one of the people from the other party and like recognized them or something, or like something awkward.
It was across the room.
Yeah.
She remembered a night where she passed out. Just making shit up here.
Yeah.
Just ships crossing in the night.
Garb made eye contact with the creature in the darkness.
I'll hand over to Garb and relate his experience with the mole creature thing.
Yes, I noticed it, and it was looking at me intently, which freaked me out. I drew my weapon, which is just a sword, and that seemed to make it even more interested in what I was doing.
And did another one turn up at that stage?
Well, I only noticed the one, but there was pretty obvious that there was more than one.
Yep.
And then you guys were woken up, and I was told to put the sword away and get into one of the destroyed speeders as a way to hopefully protect me against getting nom-nommed. And it worked.
Yep.
So, yeah. Good on Khalid for his fantastic instinct / suggestion.
Having watched
Yeah, I remember Tremors.
And eventually, they went away. Or at least we think they went away. We rested the rest of the night, woke up.
Because Garm also woke me up, so I took over watch from that point onwards, because I used the Force to get a sense of their emotions.
Yeah.
And that kind of led me to believe that we needed to put weapons down and be non-threatening. And so we all did that, and then I don't know if you stayed up with me, but I told you to get some sleep. Because I was going to stay up regardless.
And I don't know if you said whether or not because you were aware of the fact that they were interested in you and me.
Yes.
And I don't know if you actually... I don't remember if you actually mentioned anything about that.
They were particularly interested in myself and Garm. But that might be because Garm pulled a weapon, and it could be because I came out when because I told Garm if anything happens to wake me up and I'll check it out.
Yeah.
And that might be just because I came out when, you called.
Makes sense.
Anyway, we'd made the decision to stay with the guys overnight and then walk them all the way back to camp, even though that would set us back a day.
Yeah.
To 2 days.
Aren't we nice?
We just decided that was
the right thing to do.
These guys would be killed if they tried to go back on their own. So we left the speeders and the batteries to their weapons back with the speeders, and we just took the empty weapons and the people
and that would hopefully
back to camp. Lodge.
Keep the creatures interested there enough they wouldn't follow.
And as we passed the stock, the hunter's stock thing that we came across with the extra rations, I put the rations that I found back because I hadn't needed them, and I thought, well, if other hunters are stuck out like these guys are stuck out there, they might need it.
Yep.
And Martin said that we passed the test because we decided not to steal or raid the hunting lodge. We returned what we didn't use back to the hunting lodge. We took the batteries out of the blasters. We didn't choose to kill all of the moles. Garm managed to convince the 10 people not to get into a fight with us over giving up their blasters and not using their speeder bikes. And what was the other thing that we did? We did something else. Oh, the decision to walk them back. All the way back, I think. Was that everything that we did that was all tick box?
It was all tick box, yes. Yeah. You did quite a few tick box stuff.
Yeah, because apparently with these challenges there's like 6 or 8 or something things that you've got to try to do right.
Yeah.
And there were many things you could have done wrong on top of what you did right.
And we managed to tick rather than cross, which was good.
Such as you really could have just gone in going, look, there's people there, let's kill them.
Why you would murder Hobo, I don't know.
The book has that option.
Yeah.
Because
many players are like that.
Yep.
Let's kill them and take their shit.
Yeah, not that that's how you really want to play.
Killing them and taking their shit is a valid option if they're horrible, horrible people. But if they're not horrible, horrible people, then no.
Or if somebody wants to go down the dark side.
Look, going down the dark side doesn't mean necessarily wanton killing. It just means choosing power over choosing other things.
Letting your emotions control you.
Yep.
Yes and no.
Throwing a tantrum with your lightsaber.
The Jedi talk about compassion, which is still an emotion.
That's a really poor emotion.
I know, but
it's a very expensive emotion.
It is. And yet they keep talking about it.
Yeah.
Compassion does it in me every time.
But don't love, don't hate.
Yeah.
Just spend this complex emotion constantly.
Yeah.
The problem with compassion is that you can't make any profit.
Yeah, that's
which is
You
why
can.
I'm poor.
You just call your organisation Compassion.
Okay, so come morning, Kayana eventually rocks up on planet after getting diverted down a different flight plan.
We're on session 9.
You know when you're on the standby list and you just gotta wait for the next flight?
They didn't quite have enough seats on one of the ships.
Did they hold you back for more? Because I think in the session before we were doing boot camp again. Did they hold you back for extra boot camp?
Potentially.
Maybe you had
They
to rock,
also
paper,
put me-
scissors with someone.
They also put me on Star Tours, and those things get diverted all the time.
I got beat up by 12-year-olds. It was.
Did you not hear about the session before where he got put into boot camp?
You skipped the entire
Yeah.
how they started.
Oh, was that part of last session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you did it to protect my ego.
Oh no, we're not protecting your ego at all. Ariadna just has horrible memory and doesn't have a date written on these notes.
They forced me to train with them.
That's funny.
We all got
No, it's not.
forced. So as soon
Into
as we
training.
arrived back home on Elrood,
They're
we
like,
were all put into boot camp as if we were all foundlings, which was humiliating.
That they had been told they had disgraced the clan name by not being able to work together.
So I pulled Garm into boot camp with us because
Not just you though. Bloody everybody was
Yeah.
like. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell?
and then I paid the kid foundlings, the actual foundlings. I paid them to make Garm train harder, and I said if you teach him stuff and he teaches you stuff, I'll give you a bonus. And so they took that to heart, and they earned their money.
nice.
I got beaten up by 12-year-olds.
Nice.
Yep.
It was not cool.
And had to go running with them at the same time.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
Yep. So I made him do all this running, and Garm's kind of like, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. And then when we're hiking out to this lodge and hiking up this stream, he's like, it's kind of not bad that I did that boot camp training after all, because I wouldn't have been able to do this without that boot camp training. And I'm like, well, you know, I was trying to do it for your own good, and I had to do it too. You're able to get that, Martin?
I have extendy arms. Okay, so arriving rather late, having had to make a different way here, and well, not everything lines up perfectly. Quite often, you were disembarking as I was getting onto the next leg of the journey.
See, this is another good reason why we walked these guys back. We wouldn't be here to pick up Kayana.
True.
Found yours.
Did I cover everything aside from missing the boot camp though?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And the fact that Garm has been awarded the leadership of the group and has his own Mandalorian helmet presented to him.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I did forget that, and that is an important part. He has been officially accepted as a Mandalorian and a member of the family. And he said that he's been told he's a leader for this mission, and that I am, when it comes to anything, is it spiritual or combat?
Both.
I take over the leadership position. So
And the reason is because during the boot camp, Garm was the only one who was showing leadership.
That's fair.
I got
He got the earned his position.
I was very silly and actually led the 12-year-olds after they beat me up into
That's the best thing.
he taught them everything there is to know about what he does, which is, you know, bribes, profiteering, investments.
Make me sound like a scumbag. What the hell?
No, I admire these qualities in you.
I admire the fact that you're a scumbag.
Okay. Incentivizing people through the use of their chosen motivations, be that money or other things, aka bribes.
See, it's sad that what you're saying, but it's absolutely true. It's like,
How the world of transaction works in reality.
yeah.
Exactly what we do, which is doing jobs and missions so that we can earn money to put it back into the family, profiteering. So you know, this is just me simplifying the really long explanations for really good characteristics that you have.
And then this was Thaya's quest to gain an audience with the founder.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So that is also an important bit because they mentioned that even though this was my opportunity, if the other Mandalorians passed all the tests and wanted an opportunity to speak with the founder, they could gain it this way as well.
Ooh.
Which means you, Khalid, Ash, Garm, if he decides he wants to,
Yeah.
even Brum Brum, because he's technically...
And plus, if they wanted their armor back.
Yeah.
Yep.
And part of the research we were doing led me to believe that we're talking about the founder of our clan,
Yeah.
so Starwing,
Yeah.
not the founder of the Mandalorians.
Yeah.
So what we're looking for here may not be Mandalorian, maybe Star Dragon.
Which works with C-3PO going, great maker.
Yeah.
He's the maker.
Which really is ironic when you know it's Anakin in the end.
That's what's really funny.
Is Anakin around at this point?
Yep.
How old is he?
No, he's got a breathing problem.
Okay.
I was gonna say he's Vader at this point.
He's Vader at this point. I was going to
Anakin's
say,
being murdered by Vader.
please tell me it's not angst, teenage angsty Anakin.
No, it's adult angsty Anakin.
No, it's a grown man with an anger problem.
Yeah.
Grown man with an anger problem is much easier for me to deal with, even though far more deadly, than angsty Anakin as a teenager. There's just parts of that movie that just make me go,
Yeah, that's fair.
that is so stalker.
Yeah, it is.
And there's even a what if Anakin wins and Obi-Wan is defeated by Anakin
Is it?
on Mustafar.
Oh. Okay.
He goes off and kills the Emperor. And then completely messes up the Empire.
Interesting.
Well, he doesn't know how to rule.
Yeah.
How can someone without training actually expect to know how to run an
Except
empire?
he was a really good general.
He was
That's because he's good at hitting
running.
things. He's not good at the long game.
He was also very good at being the general at the front forces, not at the rear.
Oh, okay.
So he was a lead by example Jedi general, not a tactician Jedi general.
I feel like they should not be both classified as generals. I feel like one should be classified as like a high-ranking soldier, and the other one should be classed as some kind of leader.
So there is the thug, and then there is the tactician.
Yeah.
He was the thug.
Sorry, I'm busy trying to get through my coffee so I can start on my Coke. That should be on a t-shirt.
That should.
So yes, you are shown your allowable weapons.
That means our light foils.
Yep.
Are our light foils considered technology?
They are, but very hard to detect.
So they attract these creatures that don't like technology?
Probably not until ignited.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, our light foils, do they work off of kyber crystals?
You have no idea.
That's true. We don't.
I'd be tempted to take one apart, but I'm not sure I could put it back together.
That's the
so
thing.
I'm not going to do that shit.
Yeah.
That's what Khaled's for, isn't it?
It is, but it would rely on a dice roll that I do not. I don't trust my
it.
dice. Even my untouched GM,
Untainted.
untainted die, I would not trust them with that roll.
Yeah.
I would get into trouble. 'Cause I'm not allowed to tinker with them.
Yeah. Anyway, that said,
Really?
Thea knocks on the door of the lodge in the morning. We
They're
open
clan
the door
heirlooms.
Yeah.
and let you in, have breakfast, fill you in on all the stuff.
Yep.
Tell you to gear up. I
Yep.
pass you your light foil.
I tell you the story of the worst star pilot, RX-24, and how long it took me to get here because of that.
RX-24.
That is a story for all the people who like to go to Disneyland.
Yes, and the droid kept telling you tales of absolutely pointless trips.
I was gonna say, is that the on the
That's the star.
space?
That's
Yeah.
the Star Tours droid.
Yeah, Martin and
I
I
love him.
watched documentary
videos.
thingy
Yeah.
on it. Yeah.
And the same droid features in Star Wars Rebels a lot.
Mm-hmm. I love him. He's great.
I love that you know his name.
Yeah, he was always my
I
favorite.
keep forgetting them all.
Yeah, like he was always my favorite when I went on Star Tours before they changed it to different pilots every time.
And just not because
And they even have his figure in the new ones off to the side.
Yeah, he's in
I'm not
in the
gonna
line.
spoil anything. I'm not gonna say anything. But watch the new fucking season of Andor.
I need to.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. I think
I
my
need-
pain's high.
I need to watch Andor. I haven't watched
I
Andor
should
yet.
probably
I
take
sort of
some
watch
watch
it.
content.
Do you want me to grab them?
I can ask someone who's not stuck behind a desk to grab them.
Well,
What do you
they're
Yes, please
right,
get them.
right next to the cordial bottle at the end. You might want to get the cordial
Next
bottle
to
as
the
well.
stormtrooper
There is
cut.
technically one beside you as well because it was
Oh,
on the
is it?
floor.
This one? Yeah, that with the blue tape on it.
Oh, I was like,
What are you talking about? Nothing.
Sitting on top of one of the containers unless you've knocked it off already.
I don't know. Oh no, I grabbed that one and put it in here. Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, I've got everything I need.
Okay.
You know when I start swearing, though, my pain's high
Yeah.
and sharp. Very sharp. Sharp makes me say the F word a lot.
Okay, so no armor, basic weaponry. The only armor you get to choose from is a shield.
I'll take a
No
shield.
magic element.
Because even though these guns are my weapons, as the martial
Go on.
as the martial artist,
Load
Yeah.
him up.
I will say I have learned my lesson. I would like a shield, please.
Well, actually, you have the advantage because you've been in more combat unarmed than we have.
So,
so I'm the expert here.
so that
Amazing
you've got
how it worked out.
options- So that you've got options, we did pick up stuff for you. We picked you up a shield, a sword, a knife, shield, sword, knife, and spear.
And at this stage, we have Ash and Vroom Vroom having to catch up on some of the homework they forgot to do before they left.
Sounds like something that would happen.
Yeah.
They're doing-
Compliments of Dom.
They're doing pilot homework, guaranteed.
Absolutely. Pilot homework. We'll put it down as that. Yeah. Therion's on watch duty.
Yeah, I was wondering what he was looking at.
There's a white cat that sometimes makes its way through, and there is a possum that's been living in the area for the last 8 years.
Ah.
And he likes to tell
Had-
them off.
At
Yeah.
least 3 baby possums.
Does he actually hiss at him?
Only if they come up to the door.
2 of them were living in our storage shed and ruining 5 of my dining chairs.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm like, I don't want to kick her out. She's got a baby. And then I found out
They were ruining
she
your
destroyed all of my chairs. And I'm like, get out of my storage shed.
chairs. Yeah.
It took us 5 months to evict with
I-
multiple people coming to hammer in the possum mesh to stop
Eviction
the possum
is-
getting.
I was going to say, I did wait until spring/summer, warm weather before.
Is the hardest
Ah, yeah.
part is putting the print small enough for the possum to read it?
Yeah,
That's terrible.
absolutely.
I thought it was harder to hammer the eviction notice into the possum because that way you can read it properly.
I would think. It's getting the tiny envelope with the tiny stamp.
Well, she's got claws. It's not, not
Well, she has
easy.
a letter opener, so it's
Yeah.
fine. But
The fact that she's illiterate probably does not help.
probably not.
No.
You have to get the easy read version.
Get out.
Well, was smart enough not to get caught by possum
Yeah.
traps.
Really?
She
Yep.
missed.
10
yeah.
possum traps, not one catch.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, she was clever.
I was gonna say she sounds
She
clever.
did not take that bait.
I believe she'd been caught multiple times in the past, so knew how to avoid them.
Mm.
Didn't take the food inside it. Didn't even bother.
Just
Never
had a look at
touched
it and went, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Been
sounds
there,
smart.
done that. No thanks.
So we need to take an example from the page of that possum and not let ourselves be baited while journeying
It's gonna happen.
back.
You mean having a party not get distracted by ooh shiny?
How many seconds into the game are we going to keep that for?
2.
I'm going to try to focus. I've taken my Vyvanse today.
So now that we're all equipped, I guess we.
Yeah,
head
we'll
off.
head straight off. So Poe Kayana doesn't get much of a break. She hits hits the lodge, gets handed all their stuff, and we get marched right back out because we want to make up time.
Well, she's just had a whole 10 days at least of sitting twiddling her thumbs
I thought it was 10 hours.
in line. No, it's 10
10
days.
ships.
10 ships.
Yep.
Okay.
About 10 days of travel.
Yep.
Okay, wow.
So most of that travel time was sitting waiting.
Yep.
Or sitting on the ship, going
Yeah.
slow as it taxis out.
Are we even in the Elrood Sector?
Nope.
No, we are in the Lorobarbis. Lorobarbis system.
I'm just gonna trust you.
Yeah. And we are at the far orbit for 1 month stay.
Yep.
And you're into day 2.
Yay! Cool. Love it. Alrighty.
Okay, so they take you down the river passage as you get to walk up river.
So we go back the way we came the night before.
Mm-hmm.
The day before, sorry.
Yep. Well, technically you should be
Actually,
on
we should be on day 3.
You're on day 3, yeah.
Yeah, because we walked them back.
Well, I'll have
Day.
Kayana arrive on the day you return, and then I'll say you stay that day and go back the next day, because
Next
that would be
morning.
rather silly.
And then that gives
Okay.
you at least a night time to be caught up.
You get overnight to rest.
And I gave everybody a refresher course in using their light foils.
Mm.
I did not want
Don't
anyone
look it at
to
your face.
kneecap themselves.
Yes,
Oh,
you,
this one.
yes, you don't look at it and go,
Yeah, Luke.
But it has been modified as squeeze for the blade to come out.
Yes.
No squeezy, no blade.
But don't squeeze when you don't mean to.
So don't fidget with it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you might find yourself a little holy.
And as creatures in this world seem to be attracted to technology, do not draw it unless you have to. Use your sword first.
Yeah.
Okay. Takes you about a couple of hours to reach the supply cache, still where it was.
Yep.
Then another couple of hours later, and you're at where the camp was the few days beforehand, and there's just a few bits of random bits of metal around. As you heard that they had flown in some vehicles to recover the downed land speeders.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's not like they were going to be able to drive them out.
No. But I was kind of thinking maybe the
Beasts had come out and completely...
Nom, 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 nom.
Well, considering they could cut through the solid metal of it, means you wouldn't think your armour would be much more benefit.
That's fair.
Actually, if I work this out right, day 1 we arrived and prepped. Day 2 we headed out, found the guys. Day 3 we headed back with the group and Kayana met us. And day 4 we're heading back out again.
Okay, that's probably closer.
Yeah, no, I'm just documenting this properly so that I can keep track of things. And I'm like, I feel like we've missed a day.
You probably did. I was just... I hadn't reviewed the last session that long. So... That's what you get for actually telling
Don't
me.
you love the fact that your wife does?
Let me just see if I added any extra days onto there. Let me have a look at the campaign. Always handy to have these things up here. Okay, so technically it should be month 7, day 3. So I had notes up there that I didn't even take care of properly.
So should we be knowing about that?
Okay, so day 171 instead of 143 brings us to day 172. As I update my notes and say, hi Mark, you seem to have made it a bit late.
Yes, so I'm still waiting for my order, so yeah, sorry. I've delayed it 2 hours, supposedly, so
Alright.
that's all good. And then everyone.
All good.
We've just
So you
done
got
the
it correct.
updating.
Yeah, updating me since I missed last session, and I completely forgot that I missed last session. And it was
You were busy.
it was pretty. I was sick. I
She was
fine.
sick.
Sick busy and read lots of Star Wars memes. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, so looks like Ash has managed to get his stuff done overnight in time to be able to join you on the expedition.
He did an overnighter
Oh,
on extra piloting homework.
Excellent.
Having finally finished the essay that Dom had required him to complete.
Does this mean Ash finished his homework before Brum Brum did?
Yes.
Or something to lord over Brum Brum?
I need to be, Ash says. I'm so tired. Much writing. Writing's not good.
Now Mandalorian.
Especially since Dom made you write a whole essay.
It was a 10,000 word essay.
And what was your essay on?
Essay was on how to respect leader.
That is so
You
perfect.
like that one, man? You like that one? No, that's good.
Martin doesn't have to like it, the rest of us laughed.
I wrote it down, so it's now in law.
Yeah.
So, no, I like that one. That's okay.
With practical examples.
That one is so perfect.
How to influence friends and respect your leader.
Yes.
That's the homework Gum has sent everyone.
That's
Yeah, that's it.
that's the
definitely
homework
Gar.
he gave the 12-year-olds.
Okay.
Told this I was. Let's talk about guns. Let's more talking about coordination with the party.
Okay, so you find yourself upriver again, where the big beasts were last time you were here, and now there's just the broken ground and pieces of speeder that are still scattered around. From your survey, you believe you need to go further upstream, getting into a valley. That will be where you should expect to see the ruins from orbit.
Okay. Well, we will continue to travel. I'm careful to put my ablative companions both in front and behind me. I'm leading from the middle.
Zaya's leading from the front. It's a spiritual journey. She
What Faye says, and I say, what a great choice there, Faye.
It also makes
Shows
sense.
leadership potential, if you ask me.
Alright. I understand.
But she's not a leader yet.
Impressive, most impressive, but you are not the leader yet.
Okay, as you travel for another hour past the campsite, you do notice that it starts to get dark, and you're only reaching midday.
Is it dark because of the canopy, or
As you're looking up, there seems to be some sort of technological shroud over this space. As you look up, you can just see dark.
We didn't see that on the way down.
Nope.
So it's technological dark. No sign of the creatures that are being disturbed by technology with that?
Not yet.
Does it look as if this is something that is just like it was something that was existing, or is it something that is just coming in?
Well, it looks like it may have been here for many years.
Okay.
There's no impact on the plants.
The plants seem to have grown bigger than under the shroud than outside of it.
Okay, that's weird.
Do we know or would we have any cultural history sort of idea of something somewhere that we might have heard of in our travels that might be able to do this kind of thing?
Well, you did
why?
see on the planetary maps of the current planet that the region here just didn't show any sign of distance at all. You couldn't see any buildings here whatsoever.
So it must be shielded.
Would I be able to reasonably conclude that whoever put this technology in place did so to hide the ruins from being scanned?
Quite possibly. And also from easy observation.
I theorise this out loud so the rest of the group are aware of my thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Or dollars, depending on how you go. Or credits, even. I'm sure if you could sell it, you can make a bundle.
I'll put go onto that after I write the book.
Ash will take Garmin there on the shoulders and say, look, don't worry, I'm here for you. We can make through this. Everyone's looking to, worry about the dark, so see. And I just whisper, just working on my leash, guys.
I do not fear the dark. I think, though, this is an indication that we need to maybe take a break, drink some coffee, and step up our awareness.
At which point the ground rumbles a little
on
bit.
point.
Yeah, I want to be perceiving things as we're kind of stopped and kind of talking about this and getting our bearings.
Sure. I'm sure you can make a perception roll at this point.
Easy. Alright, let me look up my doodad.
I was gonna say, all of us who are stopping and looking around perceptioning, or is it just good old Kayama?
Well, she's the one who called out.
Okay, I got 2 yellow, 1 green.
I'm not especially observing anything. I'm just.
Well, you do feel the rumble in the ground.
So,
Look at the ground.
what's my challenge roll?
Your challenge roll will be 3 red.
I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh. Something's gonna pop out and eat me.
Yep.
That's not good.
Well, she did sort of aim for the result she was after.
Peter, you really need to roll for Kesley from now on, just to protect Kesley from herself. Roll for We want to keep her alive.
I got 2 failures and an advantage.
Okay, if you're really good about the fact that you get knocked onto the ground.
Going.
I don't get hurt when I get knocked down. That's
Get
my
up again.
advantage.
As you happen to walk into a branch that you weren't really noticing.
Okay.
I'm going to try and see if I can figure out the source of the rumbling.
Okay.
Considering I just said we need to be alert, I would like to be following my own instructions.
You get 1 yellow, 2 green, 3 blue, and 3 white.
1 yellow, 2 green, 3
blue, and 3 white.
and 3 white. No, what I get is
Let's just point out
dice
the branch there.
that barely hold.
Well, you asked to roll.
Yep, yeah, no, I will.
And 3 red.
Do we have any upgrades?
You
et
do?
cetera?
We do.
What did we get for tonight?
2 white and 3 black.
2 white and 3 black.
Late people don't get to roll in.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, if you arrive after the roll, we can't roll it. I won't upgrade because we might need it later, and I'll do the 3 red and just hope I don't die. And if I get a despair, I blame Mike.
Okay.
He should have been here.
I agree with this.
He chose his Holden meeting over
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
This isn't something you should do. Ooh, well, no despairs, but I'm going to hand that over so that Martin can figure out what the hell went on there.
Oh, wow. The force is
I
with you.
see.
I hope
see.
so.
That goes away. Goes away. Goes away.
Speaking of sculling the coffee.
Goes away. So we have 5 light side, 1 advantage.
So yes, you can use a light side to make it a
Success?
success if you wish to.
I don't know why that's a question. I absolutely do want to make it a success.
Because the more of it you use, the more the Empire can find you.
I don't know that yet, though. Do I?
The GM has told you, so...
Who told me?
The GM has told you.
Yeah, no, but
Your
my
character
character
does
doesn't
not
know it. That's why my character wants to talk to the founder or a spirit flicker. Because there's shit I know that I know my character needs to know.
Yeah.
But I can't tell my character.
I need to know.
Okay, you can sense that there are creatures moving from the valley you've just walked towards you under the ground, heading in your direction.
Okay. I warn everybody. It is possibly more of those mole / echidna creatures, but whatever they are, obviously they're big because of the rumbling. If they come through the ground, don't immediately draw your weapons. Put your
And they seem
shields
to be
up.
zeroing in on the group now that they've stopped.
Zeroing in on us because we stopped?
What kind of ground are we on?
Dirt.
There's no rocks around.
The rocks are in a valley up ahead.
Okay.
Any trees?
How far ahead can we make a dash?
You can make a dash for the valley.
I instruct people to make a dash for the rocks.
Okay. You start running.
Yep.
I'll go with her.
Yeah, run.
Yeah,
Okay.
we just finished boot camp. I should be up for this.
So 3 out of 5 are running.
No, 5 out of 5 running.
Come on.
We'll run.
I'll have to wait for them to actually say it because I'm not telling them what their character's doing.
Run.
Let's go.
While I'd like to talk and negotiate these creatures, I would like run.
I'm going to negotiate.
Yes,
I'm only laying on a big thing tonight, so speak one, okay?
so I'm not sure that aggressive negotiation's going to work too well.
No, I'm not doing my gun. It's purely just, talking.
But I remind people that last night they backed off when we put our weapons away. So, we're going to try defense rather than offense.
Mm.
Is there something?
Wonderful suggestion.
Running is perfectly reasonable.
Okay, so as you run, you find yourself running between 2 carved statues in the rock, showing each side of the valley as you're starting to run into the valley itself.
I know the players probably can't take you much detail. We're running for the rocks right now.
It's
But
quite,
just for the players.
quite easy to take in the detail as you run past the trees and see them, because you're basically picking that as a safe spot to get to.
Yep.
And they are robed figures with swords the length of the robe pointing down.
Sort of like 2 great big 2-handed swords.
Do they remind us of Mandalorians, medieval knights,
Well,
Jedi?
the robes obscure any sort of head,
Right.
and the blades themselves are not the style of Jedi.
Okay, but they're
Can
not
I
the style
roll
so
a
reckon.
warfare knowledge roll?
Yes, you can stop and roll a warfare knowledge roll.
Okay.
No,
I'll go run, but it's if possible. If not, I won't do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe once we reach the rocks, but right now.
This is why you are very much of a leadership quality role. Yeah.
I'd say right now there's no leadership quality role in this. It's all I don't want to die.
Okay, as you get closer to the statues, you do see the ground behind you start to buckle, and a creature the size of a bus come out.
Bus.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Yes, let's continue to run.
Is this now when the gun goes for a hug? Or
Well, the Gungan is currently doing his homework because he failed to get it done in time.
He didn't write his essay.
yeah, I was going to have a lovely time when he comes back next in 2 weeks. So, yeah. Well,
He might have fallen asleep overnight when writing his essay.
Or put it off till morning.
Yeah.
it's okay.
Okay. And as you reach this area, you can feel that you're walking on what appears to be flagstones between the 2 statues. And the big beast behind you seems to stop just at the flagstones right behind Khalid, who was and Ash were the last ones to go running.
It just stops.
It just stops.
Okay, so we don't.
No,
Sorry, go.
I was going to the rocks, or was it, so the rocks we're to see, is there just a courtyard that we saw before? That we ran into, or was it
You've just run into a valley.
Valley, okay.
There's trees, vines, the sides of the valley go up over 100 feet. Probably better go into meters. Looks like it goes up over 100 meters.
So would it be correct to say we're at the entrance to the valley? You got the two statues, you got the flagstone area just between them, and as we come off the dirt and onto the flagstone, this bus-sized creature just pops out, kind of comes to go for us, and then just stops because we've hit the flagstones. Just want to make sure I'm...
So I'll slow down my run as I hear the creature not moving anymore, looking over my shoulder.
You can see one of the statues on the side is slightly dislodged, as the creature must have run into something. And there's dust falling from that side of the... and yet the creature's nowhere near it.
It must be like an electromagnetic field barrier that keeps these creatures out, because it must affect them too much or something.
And you can see teeth the size of the shields you're wearing, scraping at something.
Love that. That's great.
So it's just like it's got its mouth open. It's like
Yeah. And you can hear a shrieking sound of its teeth on something.
But there's nothing there.
Nothing there.
That's not terrifying at all.
But it's just one creature,
One
not
creature.
the several creatures I initially felt might be coming towards us.
Well, as you watch, you do see another 3 creatures pop out behind it. Each of them about the size of a car.
Maybe we should continue whilst whatever's keeping them out keeps them out.
I don't know if anybody saw Mickey 17, but I'm kind of thinking those aliens.
I saw enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Didn't you really enjoy
Admittedly,
Mickey
we
17?
didn't finish it.
that's fair.
We decided it
We
was...
got about halfway through and gave up.
That's fair.
Doesn't happen very often with me in movies.
Yeah.
Probably
There's a
about
bit too
10
much
in my life that I
sadism
haven't
in
sat
there.
through.
Cruel sadism. I
Yeah.
think.
Okay.
Fascinating concept, though.
Yes, printing yourself multiple times and uploading your memories of yourself. But
3D
there's-
printing a body,
Yeah.
and then I'm just uploading the original memory.
But they wouldn't have any memories of your death, even though they hinted he had memories of your death.
Yeah.
Because they were saving him once a week, and then uploading his memory from that weekly save, and he would die in between the save.
Yeah.
So he would have no memory of his death,
Yeah.
just knowledge that he died.
And did they ever tell him, like, oh, you're the 17th incarnation?
Oh no,
We
they
didn't
kept showing
finish
him.
it,
They kept
so-
showing him how he died,
Ugh. Yeah, that's not going to mess with you at all.
and it was from his perspective of him dying.
Like, a
That-
certain
the-
part...
Plot hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just me,
Sounds like Eclipse phase.
me pointing at the actual fallacy of the story in how it figures things
I'll
out.
put it this way. There was too much Trump in the movie that I couldn't finish it.
Which is 100% accurate.
Which is entirely fine for people who don't mind watching satires mocking Trump. In which case, I highly recommend it to you.
I'm not sure if they were actually mocking or celebrating. It was hard to tell.
Well, it was.
yeah.
It
Mark
was
Ruffalo's character is supposed to be based off Trump.
yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah, and it was just too close and I just couldn't do it. I can't watch Trump for 30 seconds, let alone a whole hour and a half.
Okay, so
So
looking into this place,
Yep.
you seem to be in a large broken ground area that looks like it used to be a courtyard of some sort or plaza with work stone, some of it upheaved. Sort of looks as if most of the flagstones have been squished together.
Okay.
As if the walls of the valley were further apart at one stage.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay. Well, I guess we carefully continue to walk into the valley.
I second
Um,
that.
With the statues, there's no any symbols or anything like that. It's just straight.
There
I have to
is
admit, I am a
this-
little bit interested.
is a symbology of a sword that is almost as long as a person is high. Not many weapons like that exist in current warfare.
Presuming that the statues are within the flagstone area,
Mhm.
can I just walk up to
As
one
you
of the
look around the
statues?
valley, they dot around the valley.
So there's more of them.
There's more than 50 you can see.
I just walk up to the closest one and just put my hand on it
So
and just look to see if I can see any iconography, writing of any sort.
So this is one that doesn't have the bust-sized creature going nom 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 nom.
Yeah,
nom.
yeah. This is one not next to the bust-sized creature.
Awesome.
So the one that's not tilted. There was two.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just want to take a closer look because it might give me our direction was to look into the history of the founder. So yeah. See if there's any clues.
Okay. So I will make it a what skill works on?
Sense.
I still think it's a perception, so we'll make it another perception roll.
That's all right. Can I just
We can
have
get
a
you a
tray
dice
back?
I was
back.
gonna say, give her a dice.
And-
Is it the same amount of red dice though?
No, it is a bunch of one red dice and three, and we'll make it two purple dice.
Thank you for making it easier for me to hold. Because 3 purple dice might have been just
Might have been one too many.
that's not looking good. There's a whole lot of dark side points there and a whole lot of failures.
Okay, let's see what happens.
I'm hoping someone else takes an interest and comes over and has a look too.
Well, no despairs, so that's always
No,
nice.
but there's a whole lot of failures and dark side points there.
Okay, so if we go with Okay, so unless you want to take on some corruption, you fail to notice anything of actual use with 1 failure, 4 dark side points available, and 4 advantages.
As a leader of my group, would I know who would most likely have the best history sort of background out of our other people that are here?
Out of the people there,
Because I'll call to whoever that is and say, can you come over and have a look at this?
Would that be education?
it would probably be
I-
education,
I'm
and that
guessing
may
it's-
be
Go.
Maybe go.
Yeah. I'm guessing I would have a fair idea
I
of
have
who's
the same-
best qualified.
I have the same role as Garm.
or Carlet.
Carlet, maybe?
Look, actually, I'm going to open up. Guys, come over here and have a look at this. I just invite you all over, and whoever decides they want to take an interest and come over.
Well,
Come
if
on over and have a
you
close
say
look.
combine Garm and Carlet's knowledge,
Yep.
And give them a boost,
Yep.
that means they would be rolling with 1 yellow, 4 green,
1 yellow, 4
4
green.
green,
So
a
1,
blue,
1, 2, 3, 4.
and the same difficulty of 1 red and 3 purple.
then 2
So I don't need
purple and
to flip anything this time because I've already done it.
Okay. Oh, she's.
Okay, so 1 yellow, 4 green.
Did you want Garm to roll to see if it's any different?
No, you can roll.
Do you? Yeah, you happy
Yeah.
for me to do the
Sure,
rolls?
As long as it's not me.
I can do it. I don't mind.
Great maker. Please don't give. No, you're probably the wrong person to be praying to. Mike. I'm channeling Mike right now.
You can do
Trying
it!
not to lose my dice.
Just try to
I
think
think that's
I'm
not
gonna
the
win
purpose.
all the meat trays on Friday.
Yeah, I think that looks slightly better. I think there's like 3 successes and a couple of threats, so you know that I think will work out.
How's it going?
Alright, so you got.
So, no actual failures.
I think we succeeded then.
Oh, that's still cold. That's nice. Do you need your energy drink?
I was thinking of grabbing it.
I was gonna see if Pete could grab you the C4.
So we have
Yep.
3 successes, 1 advantage.
Okay, so looking at the iconography, you sort of date it to the Sith Wars back in the Old Republic, not the High Republic.
So,
So-
we're a little bit familiar with the Sith Wars from our experience with the.
So it's the time from when the clan opposed the rest of the Mandalorian population.
So when the
And-
Starwing clan.
Yes. When the Starwing clan opposed the rest of the Mandalorians.
Because when we found that great big ship on that other planet in the Drift, and we found all the basilisk droids in there, which are kick-ass. If you don't know what they are, look them up.
You're
They
still in
are
them, right?
frightening. Yeah, we got them. Everything we found there, I handed over to the clan.
Was
Our
it
Dom and
the Sith Mandalorian alliance thing?
This was the first major Sith War, and it was the one where the Mandalorians mostly sided with the Sith.
Yeah.
So we first opposed the Mandalorians who were siding with the Sith.
Yes. It was just before that the Starwing clan was founded.
So these statues are of Sith?
The statues are the iconography of the Mandalorians
Us.
before the Sith came along,
Okay.
and represented the crusading Mandalorian style.
Yeah, so basically Death Watch, isn't it?
No,
Nope.
Death Watch didn't exist.
Nothing
Death
to
Watch
do with
hasn't
Death Watch.
existed
No,
at
man.
that time
Yeah, but
for
basically
many
it was
thousands of
the-
years.
No, what I should say, more like I should say Conquest, for Conquest, correct?
It was the what made Mandalorians. They
Yeah.
were conquerors.
Yeah.
They founded many. They basically built a Mandalorian empire of their own as part of the Mandalorian Crusades, and it's also where the symbology of the circle around the Starwing clan comes from. That's the Crusader symbol.
Do you want to bring that up just for reference? If you've got it. If you don't got it, that's fine.
Okay.
It's in the corner.
Well, in the video, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
That one.
So the circle
The circle is the Crusader symbol.
is the Crusader symbol.
It's the symbology of
Okay.
Mandalorians clans that were part of the
And
Crusade.
we're yet to discover what the thing in the circle that looks like a dragonfly or something like that there is.
Isn't that one of the... no, it's gone out
It's
of my head.
it's the clan sigil.
Yeah, but inside the circle...
Inside the
it's-
circle is the specific clan sigil.
I always read it to look like a dragon wing.
It is.
Yeah.
It is literally a dragon wing.
It's a dragon what?
It's a stylized dragon wing.
Ah, okay. There you go.
Really?
But as we're researching our history or discovering
So the
Star
idea
Wing.
there is that's supposed to be the shoulder, that's supposed to be
Like
the
the-
branches of the wing coming out,
Yeah.
yeah.
representing
tell you-
the bone structure.
That was fun to paint on my Mandalorian pauldron when
And
I made
that's
it.
that symbol is representative of true what's that word? The canon Mandalorian.
It's stylized in the same style as that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the Crusader symbol is
It would
canon.
fit
The
within
Crusader
canon.
symbol is canon, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just different to most of the other ones. Which
So
is
even though
invented.
Starwing
Yeah.
Clan isn't canon because it's our own little Star Wars group, this would fit into canon
Easily.
very nicely.
You would, yes. Don't worry, I have three others that I have intended to use at some point.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Okay, so looking at the symbology you see, it is basically what you would have expected from the crusading Mandalorians. Long before they picked up the stylized helmets and armor.
Because I've been thinking about doing what Gesley did and doing a cosplay, but when I do my helmet, I'm going to 3D it so that it represents the Starwing Clan. So I'm thinking of see how it got the hooks around that circle, putting that either down the side or two down the centre, either side of the helmet to represent Starwing Clan.
That'd be sick.
And the 3D guy says he can do it. I've just got to get my ass around to order it.
That's the hard part.
It is, and then the sanding.
Well, part of that is getting down to 90 kilos and staying there for 7 months. So
Okay, so it is a bit of a shock to see stuff this old, not listed anywhere else or as part of anything.
I'm going to take a quick moment to just sketch it because I think this should go in with my founder's book.
Because we don't have scanners that we can't just go.
No, plus this is a part of our assignment for coming here is
Exactly.
to explore our own
Timeless.
history.
Yeah.
So, have a closer look at the statues and try to see if there's actually any symbology, because they should have something.
Look, I think we've discovered quite a lot out of it.
Oh no, I also wanted to get a rubbing.
Yeah.
There is no carving on the statues, and looking at it, you think that's because they've actually been out in the weather for close to 7,000 years, maybe.
So it's just
We
too
are here
eroded.
for a month though, so we might keep an eye out for other ones that might be out of the weather a bit.
The other thing is, all one stone, or is it multiple stones attached to each other?
Yeah, so is it carved out of a single sort of rock?
Single piece or multiple pieces?
It looks to be one piece, but some of them look to have been either repaired or had pieces joined to them, depending on the look. And each statue is slightly different.
Yeah,
It's not like someone's done cookie cutter. Everything looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
Each statue looks slightly different and potentially maybe a different age. Is that someone sending a message online?
Yeah, he's getting a delivery.
Okay.
No worries.
The other thing is, was this a rainforest around us, or just a standard forest?
It was jungle-like when we first entered.
It was jungle-like, but under the
in the courtyardy area.
in the courtyard and the when it started to darken, it felt more rainforest.
But the thing is there anything growing on the statues or not?
As you touch the statues, no lichen, no growth on them whatsoever.
The non-statue rocks, they have growth on them?
The non-statue rocks have moss on them
Weird.
and growth.
Weird.
Now most of the flagstones of the plaza don't have growth on them either.
Weirder.
I really wish I had my sensors here.
We do
I
have.
wanted to check to see
We do have
if there's any radiation levels.
We do have a simple scanner, but we haven't been using technology.
I wouldn't risk it. We were told not to bring anything like any technological based. I
was
wouldn't
going to
have
say, I
brought
thought we
it.
were given some sort of.
I'm also sort of worried using my bloody arm.
Simple scanning technology. But I can't remember. Oh no, we got maps. That's what we got, not scanners.
Mm-hmm.
My brain.
Yeah,
is
we've got
distracted.
pencils and paper.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm good with that. I'll do a quick sketch of the statue.
The position of the statue is a guy in robes
Yep.
with a sword,
Mm-hmm.
and the sword is hilt up, blade down.
Mm-hmm. Laid down, and they seem to be head hunched forward.
And
So
the
like
Like this.
Mm.
Okay, so but would there be
the
on the
swords
top
are
of the
as-
hilt?
You can see most of them have a top of a hilt.
And the swords are supposed to be as
Can I
long
see?
as the body.
The
Like
swords
entire body.
are probably from nose to chin to feet.
Yep. So can I see the top of the?
You can see the top. It's just a stick going up in most cases.
Okay.
Whereas the blade is noticeable below, coming down to a point.
So,
Okay.
sorry to keep going on details and things. I'm going to pull out one of those maps and look at the roughly 50 odd statues I can see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to dot on my map where all the statues are, just in case there's a pattern. But what I'll do is I'll lay a light piece of paper over a map so that I can kind of, and then dot, just to see like constellations, just in case there's something like that. So I'm going to make that map while everyone else is examining things.
There is going to be a slight problem with that. Because of the age, the constellations would have moved.
No, it's not constellations. I said like you would when you're mapping constellations.
And plus,
But I'm mapping the position of the statues I can see.
and plus, if you're good enough with astrogation, you can back map and figure out what it would have been like when these things were put in.
Yeah, that's why we'll need an astromech to do that.
No, you don't need an astromech. You just need someone who can actually do it.
I don't know, someone with
Vroom,
three
vroom.
ranks in astrogation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, spiritual leader?
Yeah.
Players actually train in astrogation as
Yeah.
well.
I've been
Okay,
training
cool.
a lot since we keep on ending up in the wrong place.
I was gonna say I have one thing in it, but that's before
Before
we
I got-
picked up an extra pilot. So.
And it also
Yeah.
is dependent on if your pilot shows up.
Yeah, exactly. I've kind of trained myself to be a backup for a lot of things. Not
Yeah.
good at it, but I can do it.
I do backup astrogation because before I got the force powers, we just kept flying places and then rolling badly, and then taking 45 days to get to where we wanted to. So I'm like, I'll raise a rank in astrogation.
So as you're mapping and drawing, as you're around a massive stone column, you find a crude shack of woven plant fibre and filthy rags stretched over toppled stone, flanked by a fire pit with faintly glowing coals.
We have company.
A human male, wizened with age and malnutrition, hobbles forth from the scant shelter inside.
I will take my hands away from my weapons and give greetings.
Okay, he gives you a strange, toothless, leering smile.
Did I cut you off from finishing your description? Do you want to finish it?
No, you've gone greetings, and he gives you a...
No, please finish. You know I can't tell. I've explained this to you like 1 billion times. I can never tell when you finished.
Well, I do like to have dramatic pauses in there occasionally.
I know, and I can't tell. So please finish. We'll just presume once you're finished, this is what I do.
It's okay.
I think sometimes you make me beg on purpose because you think it's funny.
And he looks you up and down, and with a tone of unsettling enthusiasm, that's how it describes it. Welcome, welcome, look upon the glory of this place. His grin fades suddenly and replaced with a suspicious glare. Do you serve the masters as I do? The ancient lord, greatest of the mighty Sith? You will truly be happy to see new acolytes here.
And that's the toothless grin.
Yep.
Yep. So that's the end of your description.
No, he had the toothless grin before he did that and after.
Okay, but
Okay. I'll wait if there's actually going to be any more after that.
Everyone's staring
Okay.
at this.
If
Everyone's
it doesn't,
waiting to
I'm
make sure
going
the
to
chair's finished.
grab a ration pack from out of my bag
Mm-hmm.
and give it to him, saying, "You look like you probably need something to eat."
He tries to
Or
rip it
he-
open with his teeth, of which he has none.
The none
And so he starts gumming the top of it like crazy.
I will.
Okay, I'll open it for him.
I was going
It
to
is
say.
rather wet and messy.
I'm so glad Carla.
It's all right. I've handled worse.
Can we take a pause, guys, for decorum and just give it a step? Appreciate that you've offered food, but maybe we should introduce ourselves to this gentleman.
Are you going to perhaps answer his question?
First of all, I feel we should be on first name terms. My name is Thea. These are members of my clan. We are here investigating or deepening our spiritual knowledge of this area, of which we feel we have a connection. I am not sure what you mean by acolytes and the masters. Please tell us more.
Okay, I will need to borrow white dice.
This will be interesting. Because we don't get to see
Give
it.
those back to me.
Is that my white dice you gave?
No,
Good.
I made sure those ones back. Made sure to keep them separate.
I'm very protective of my dice. They have to go through like a cleansing ritual whenever Martin touches them.
Put them under the light of the full moon.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
That's no moon.
Absolutely. It's a
It
Death
still
Star.
doesn't work well. Okay, so his face seems to contort with fear. He gibbers a little bit to himself, and you hear him say, "No, you must not stay here. Great evil lurks below. It's in the tomb, always in the tomb, and my mind. My mind!"
Where's the maniacal
will-
laughter?
He didn't roll the black, so laughter was for the black.
Laughter was for the black. And this is the white response.
Yes, this was the one right response, not the two white response, or the one black or the two black.
I will try to gently approach him and put a calming hand on his arm. And I'll try to kind of reach out with the force a little bit, just to kind of calm him down.
Okay. He goes, "Oh, the Sith is here. The Sith is here," he says, looking at you.
Oh my god. I don't know if that's white or black. It sounds like black.
I wonder if that is a judgment about your character at this stage.
Could well be. I'll continue to try to calm him and say, "Please, may we have a seat? And you could tell me a little bit more about what you mean by the Masters, the Sith, and these acolytes." I have some coffee and some food with me. I'd be happy to share. Or should I save that until this response and then use that one to see if I can get another roll?
Maybe.
I don't know, he seems to roll every time I say something.
He does look at you and go, "Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. Master wants you, but hasn't got you."
I guess that's...
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
Look, my character doesn't know very much about the Force at this stage. So I'm going to be totally honest with this man at this stage and say, I am seeking more understanding of what this place means to myself and my clan members.
Okay. His eyes seem to clear a little as you say that. You rolled 2 white this time.
Okay.
And he says that...
God, the dice are going to go with me eventually, right?
well,
I mean, we keep trying hard enough, I guess.
2 black would have been really bad.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I figured as he kept rolling that my choice here is to keep role playing it and keep role playing my goal, which is.
And he says that this temple was dedicated. He says, pointing further up the valley, to a great Sith Lord who angered the other Sith.
I see.
And they have forbidden entry to any into this space.
I will draw that symbol on a piece of paper and ask him if he recognises it. Please don't roll again.
Okay.
No, no, I brought you coffee, food, I bought stacks of Oreos, of which I only feed you a minimal amount so they don't sugar bounce off the roof.
He believes those associated with that symbol beat his master.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And bound his spirit here.
Okay, that is good knowledge. Nobody accidentally unbound the spirit that's bound. Alright? Under no circumstances do we, intention or by accident, unbind anything.
Deal, because I definitely know what I'm doing.
Are you taking this seriously?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Spirits.
You're looking at the person who knew where the Trandoshan was before it saw it.
Yeah, and he didn't believe you then
What
either.
was the symbol that was
I'm the
shown?
spiritual leader. Take my word for it. I take your word for it. I trust you in occasions where it needs to be trusted. This is the point where you need to trust me or you're going to be the leader for good.
Okay.
Ross had a good question. What was exactly the symbol that you drew?
So I drew the
Starwing?
Starwing Clan symbol.
Okay.
Because we're not wearing any of our armour.
Right, yeah.
So the only way we can show it to him is by drawing it to him. And the only way I could determine which master he was talking about, was he talking about Starwing or was he talking about someone else, was to draw the symbol. So I took that
and
chance.
as you watch, the guy seems to rise up off the ground.
Like, nothing underneath his feet?
Nothing under his feet.
Okay.
Flailing about. Making gasping sounds.
Oh, this is not good.
And you start to slowly hear the sound of his neck break.
Oh,
This is
that's the
Darth
second
all
I
over again.
intervened before that. Just, I don't know, but by intuition, can I just try to like force counter it?
You've never learned.
Okay, alright, so I've got no
Martin,
chances.
I'm having a look around.
Yes, as you're having a look around, you all get to make fear checks.
I was gonna say, the next thing is to look for the source of whatever's lifting this guy up. When you say fear checks, what do we roll?
Cool.
Okay.
And I'll start with
Discipline
Kesley.
is the actual dice.
Discipline. Can you start with Kesley?
Yep.
This
Just
is
tell
where
me
I
the
wish
dice.
I had Bob's
Just tell me the
character.
dice and I'll roll it.
2 yellow, 1 green.
2 yellow, 1 green.
Thank you.
I really
Then
do.
I don't have to roll.
Do I counter or is it just straight?
Each one will have to make a roll.
Yep,
So
so
it's
I'm
just
rolling for
the-
Kesley.
Did you? It will be 2 red.
2 red.
No flipped stuff from my side.
Okay, Kesley got a triumph. Yay.
I think Kesley's got something that lessens fear checks.
Possibly, but
Actually, good question.
Okay.
There-
So I know someone in the group does.
Hold on. It's not that one.
Because I think that because you're immune to one of my abilities, which is causes
So
fear.
this might
Hold on, one
cancel
second.
out to
I got this.
disadvantages.
This character may decrease the difficulty of any discipline checks to avoid the effects of fear by 1 per rank in this talent. I have 3.
Yeah.
If the check is
Okay.
Yes,
reduced to
that's
0,
right.
then
Because you
no-
counteract my intimidation, which does the opposite, which is causes fear.
Yeah, then no check is needed to be made.
so if it was downgraded 3
It
times, it
would've
would
gone.
still be in a purple.
Yeah, so
Okay, so should I take the red out and just roll a purple?
Yep. Take the red out and
Just
just
do
roll
fair.
the purple.
Okay, so we got 1 triumph, 3 advantages, 2 threat.
Okay. So you managed to not be terrified. What about
Garm?
Garm?
Okay, what's your discipline roll? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's one of those things that you don't use very
I'm guessing
often.
you
and
can't downgrade against the red, and I'm presuming it's going to be 2 red. at
I
least.
would be surprised. I don't think
You
I've got.
could use.
Actually, no, you do
Discipline.
have confidence as well.
Oh, do I?
You have 2 ranks in it.
Yes.
Ah,
So that means 1 red for
One
you.
red, just 1 red.
1 red.
and
then
my
what
actual
are we-
dice are.
1 yellow, 2 green.
Ooh, 1 yellow, 2 green.
But hey, a red can still be devastating.
Oh yes,
Oh,
very
yeah,
much so.
yeah.
Which is why I add them as often as possible.
Okay.
Mark, I'll pull up your sheet next.
So 2 green, yellow, 1 red. We got try the blank, 2 failures, a success, and an advantage.
Okay, I need to see that because
Okay,
I
yeah.
can't do
Can
the
you
math
just show
without
that to
seeing
Martin
it.
so that he can
I need to math.
Yeah.
Do you want
Figure
to?
out-
They may as well just put it on the screen.
Well, it flipped
Okay,
over
so
to the
that
triumph.
means you got a triumph
No,
and
the
an
triumph
advantage.
was-
A
He
triumph
got
and
a
an-
triumph.
I think it.
No, he got.
I
One.
got the triumph.
He got the
Oh,
triumph.
okay. Then it is.
A triumph and an advantage.
Triumph and advantage.
So you didn't
No
succeed.
success. Yeah.
You got a very good result, but you were terrified. Your brain is probably not dealing with it well.
No, I'm
He
standing.
doesn't believe in spirits.
Well, my
This is
character's
not surprising.
standing there, going, looking at it, going, "What the fuck? What?"
All right. So
I don't believe it. My character's just like,
Did you say?
Okay, so,
This is bullshit.
you can see a guy has literally lifted off the ground by a no tech, and you're watching his neck actually get crushed, vertebrae by vertebrae.
So did you say we can't use tokens to down or upgrade?
Well,
we
you
can't
could,
recall it.
but you've got to
Okay,
call it.
I would prefer.
yeah, my character doesn't believe what he's seeing.
I'd prefer to use a token if I can. I really can't afford to be afraid if I can avoid it.
Yep.
My discipline is 1 yellow, 3 green.
And 3 white.
So
3 white.
effectively,
And what am I up against with the downgrade?
Uh,
Upgrade.
With the upgrade, that would be 2 yellow and 2 green.
2 yellow, 2 green.
I'm spending my advantages effectively to delay the terror. It's because my characters are going, "This is bullshit. That's not happening. No way." But when that wears off, my character just goes,
Am I still up
freaks out.
against 2 red?
Yes. Because you don't have the ability to downgrade.
No, I was hoping the token would help me do that, but maybe the yellow will.
It gave you the yellow instead.
Yeah, we need math for that.
This is interesting.
Ross, do you need someone to roll for you?
I will upgrade.
I'll do your roll after they math mine. I just wanted to check.
Yep.
And do you know if Mark is back from picking up his order yet?
Okay.
I haven't seen any messages.
Okay.
So you can spend a light side to get a success.
Okay. I might spend a light side to get a success, if that's okay.
Because you got all your successes cancelled out.
Yeah, I thought that might happen. Sorry, Pete, if I can take
But yes,
Trey
you
back
did
and
manage
do-
to do that. And what is Ross's dice pool?
Okay, after upgrading, it is 1 yellow, 1 green.
1 yellow, 1 green. And then
Versus 2 red.
I'll try not to kill you. Sorry, I killed you.
Well, you got me 2 despairs.
No, I got you 2 failures, 1 success, 2 advantages.
So that's
So if you're really good
one
about
failure
failing.
to- yeah, one
Yeah,
failure. To
unfortunately. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's alright. When you said you killed me, I thought you just rolled 2 despairs.
No, but I did roll 2 failures, so, I'm just like, that's not the best outcome.
No, you got the same outcome as Garm.
Yeah,
Except
yeah.
Garm makes it look better.
So you're also
No,
noticing
everything.
each vertebrae pop as well.
Okay,
Just
so
not to make it graphic or anything
So-
like that.
that's one torture technique that is disturbing.
And then we'll have a look at what Mark's one.
Mark's
Yeah, I was
character
just-
only has 2 green. We have 1 upgrade left.
And then I get to remove one of his dice.
Correct.
No.
So that is 2 red versus 2 green. You might want to take the other dice out of the tray.
Sorry. Yeah. I thought I'd grabbed them.
That's bad.
Look, I might not have
So-
upgraded had I not.
Mark, if you're back, we're just seeing if you're terrified or not.
He's terrified.
The answer is probably
Okay, so you got 1 failure, 1 advantage, 2 threat.
So that is 1 failure, 1 threat.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yes, we have also seen him start to feel very afraid.
In case he watches it, but he probably won't. Mike, this is what you've done to us.
This is what happens when I sit here.
We've got all these reds to roll and no Mike. I swear all of these fit in this box. But today I can't manage it.
Noting down who fails
scared?
because it's
I was
important
gonna
for the
say,
character.
Is it just Kessler?
I was gonna say it
Mhm.
sounds like it's just the
Kayana
Kayana.
there.
And
Is this where we make fun of the boys later?
Absolutely. Yeah.
When we're actively not being terrified.
Yeah.
and so Thea and Kayana managed to turn away before the
Neck
head-
breaking?
head separates from the body.
It actually comes off.
Yep.
Yeah, about then my character shits himself.
Awesome.
Goes,
The body collapses while the head's still floating.
I probably move back with mouth open going, oh my god.
So I guess as we're not like the people who aren't terrified trying to look around for other threats,
Yeah,
making
I'd
sure
be-
we're not being lifted up and
I'd be looking
separated,
for
I guess.
threats at this point, so I'm
Um,
guessing vigilance
You could have a vigilance roll, yes.
I'm
or
guessing
perception.
because
To be honest, I'd
Vigilance will let you see things you might not have noticed.
we
Okay.
know
So 2.
we know of like how the space wizards have telekinesis and stuff.
Well, you know, space wizards can do really weird, messed up
Would
stuff.
I was gonna say. Thea
Well,
would
we have
obviously
seen
know-
Darth Maul do some weird shit.
Like,
Mhm.
Thea would know more than Kayana. Would Kayana necessarily know that this is somebody potentially using the Force, or would this just be a weird thing that she's seen that she doesn't know where it's coming from?
Would definitely be in there weird, but you would expect it to have someone around here doing it.
So based off of what Kayana knows of how the Force works, she is expecting that it's somebody causing this to happen.
Just double check in my vigilance. It's 2 yellow, 2 green. Is it 2 blue or
Okay.
2 white?
Give me a sec.
I think it's blue, but I've made this mistake when transcribing from your webpage to my...
Okay,
Oh,
vigilance
gosh.
is 2 yellow, 2 green, 2 blue.
Okay, cool. I gather we don't have any tokens to spend at this stage.
You
There
do
is
not.
one left.
I won't use it, I don't think, on the vigilance check. I presume it's going to be 2 red again?
It's going to be 3 red,
Oh jeez, maybe I should have upgraded.
which means I get to take away one
Isn't
of your
it-
dice.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Shit.
what happened.
If you
Um,
upgrade.
If I upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't upgrade,
then it's
Then
normal.
you-
Yeah.
The only way that he's not going to take any dice is if you roll triumphs.
yeah. Yeah, I don't roll that many times. I'm just trying out the math for myself. Actually, that's 3. Oh, okay, that's 4. Okay. Alright, so do you trust me to do the math for myself, Martin?
Sure.
Okay, so that success and that failure cancel each other out. Then I've got 2 successes, 2 advantages there. So if I turn that over to just be 2 advantages and remove the 2 successes, where the hell? There we go. Then that removes those 2 failures. Okay, and then that means those 2 advantages move those 2 threats, which leaves me with 1 success and 4 advantages.
Okay.
I worked out the math by myself.
That was
It's the
really
first
good.
time.
Yeah.
In case anyone wants to see the dice, I left them up the way they're supposed to be up. I just figured the only way I'm going to learn is if I actually math it.
Yeah, you got it
It
spot on.
does help. So I think you ended up with an extra... Because you've got a
It's-
success and advantage in the bottom.
Those were some of them were flipped over to cancel.
Some
out.
of them
Okay.
I flipped over to cancel other ones out, and that's why I talked it
Okay.
out loud to make sure I was doing the right thing.
Okay, so as you're looking around, you do see one of the statues has a bit of a red glue to it.
Okay. Somebody is disguised as a statue.
I'm glad as well, boys.
No worries.
But yeah, by the way, Mark, your character is gibbering mess of fear, having watched someone get strangled by nothing.
An
If you just saw my roll at the moment has been bad, so I need to announce it.
And his head's been removed from his body.
To put everything in context for you, I don't know if you heard about, we spotted an old shack, an old emancipated human emerged from it, made some interesting ravings about his master, the Sith and Acolytes, and how his master, who was a Sith, who opposed the other Sith, was bound here by our clan, possibly Starwing. So I gave the instruction to everyone not to accidentally unbind this guy, because if Starwing bound him, we don't want to undo that shit. Because we might have to call on our one wish to call Starwing to our side if that happens. Thank God we haven't used that up yet.
Yeah.
And then as I was finally connecting with him positively, he rose up into the air, started choking, then his neck broke, and then his head popped off. Then we looked around to find a statue. Well, me and Kayana, who
are the only ones who aren't
survived
terrified.
the fear. I've spotted a statue glowing red, and I'm now alerting Kayana to, can you see that statue? It's glowing red.
Yep.
And Garm, by the way, has decided none of this is happening for real.
Although when the head came off, my character went, oh, and started moving backwards.
As the head's still floating.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, at this stage with Thea pointing out the statue, I will try to be calming down everybody else to get them refocused, so that we can properly assess whatever threat this is and figure out our next steps. So, yeah, just telling them, look at me, breathe, deep breaths. We need to figure out what's going on here.
Square breathing. In, 2, 3, 4.
I believe in nation.
Yeah. So.
And it looks like that the Thea and Kayana were the two cool-headed ones.
The girls have got it tonight.
Apparently.
Well, you remember last time when we had this crap happen, and it was a bloody another test that we had to go into a cave that had some glowing thing in there.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah, well, I failed on the first roll.
So, yeah.
Because most people don't spec for the ability to deal with fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not built for discipline.
Which is interesting for a Mandalorian. I'm not disciplined.
Yeah, but it's weird. I can dish it, but I can't take it.
That's what I found funny about
That's very
looking at.
amusing.
This is what I found funny about looking at both Khaled and Ash's character sheet. I'm just like, ha, that's in character. That's really funny. I liked it.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I am the big scary thing that is scared of his own reflection by the looks of things.
So you're a Great Dane.
Mm.
That's what I'm getting.
Intimidation doesn't cancel out fear.
So just processing quickly. This old guy says, "Do you serve my master?" Gives indications that his master was a Sith. And when I show him the Starling Clan, he says, "That's the guy who bound my master's spirit here." But he also says that by him saying he opposed the other Sith, he may be indicating, because our clan opposed
The Sith.
the other Sith, that this guy is actually on our side. That is contradicted by the fact that Starling bound him here. But Starling may have bound him here so that he can pass on knowledge to the rest of the clan throughout the decades, centuries, whatever. So this spirit that's bound here may not be the guy who's just murdered the old guy, and the spirit that we're looking for may actually be on our side. So we're going to be open to that fact.
Or it's the whole enemy of my enemy is my friend, except that other enemy is gone, and so now we're just left with an enemy?
Well,
I don't know.
the other thing you can think of is this Sith was so powerful that scared the other Sith,
Do I have
and the Starling just happened to get rid of the greater of the lesser evil.
But do I have it right? So he says, I
Yeah.
serve a master who is Sith.
Yep.
And then he says, Starling Clan, at least, bound the spirit of his master here.
Yep.
And that his master was the only one to oppose the rest of the Sith.
Oh no, he wasn't the only one. He was opposed by the rest of the Sith.
He was opposed by the rest of the Sith. My brain is having trouble
More
making
than one
sense.
Sith has been opposed by the rest of their people.
Okay, so it may not be connected to Starling Clan opposing the Sith in the Sith Wars. It may be a completely different Sith. Okay, alright. That's just what I wanted to make sure when I'm writing this stuff down that I don't get myself confused all over again.
Because that is a very key indicated phrase that
So
he was the Sith that is imprisoned here was opposed
opposed
by the
by-
Sith. Not that he opposed the Sith, but that the Sith opposed him.
Yeah.
That is very careful wording.
And that's why I'm like, I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Because to be perfectly honest, Darth Bane opposed the other Sith.
yeah.
Tell me who Darth Bane
He's
is.
the one who did the rule of two.
Yeah.
Okay, he's bad guy. Like,
He's
clearly a bad
he
guy.
is the biggest bad guy of the Sith,
Okay.
and he opposed the other Sith.
Do I take away
let-
anything that you use Darth Bane as an example right now?
He is a Sith opposed to other Sith.
That,
Yep, and on the flip side, so
It's
does
the
Darth
same
Revan.
example.
But is it a coincidence that you've used Bane as your example?
Because he's the best known Sith who's opposed other
Okay.
Sith.
I was gonna
So-
say that sounds like that was more.
I don't have to worry that Darth Bane is bound here somehow.
I would say that sounds like more of a player example more than a game example.
That's
Well,
you know.
unlikely to be Darth Bane because Darth Bane wiped out all the other Sith.
Okay.
Good.
So by the time his spirit was separated from his body, there were no other Sith except his student.
So his Sith Master, who was opposed
sounds-
by the Sith.
When Darth Bane destroyed the other Sith, wasn't also the Mandalorians on the same planet at the time?
Not all of them.
Sounds like
Yeah.
he.
But
could
there were some.
Yes, there were some. But more more Jedi and more Sith than anyone else because the Jedi and the Sith didn't trust the Mandalorians at that stage.
Because in 40k, that's when they basically virus bombed the bloody planet.
Yeah.
Let's just exterminate us the planet.
Well, it wasn't just the planet; it was quite a few star systems.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just the planet.
No, it was. They wiped out life in a big region.
Oh. Okay, so they must. So Swanalani must only go through. Okay, cool. I thought it was only a planet.
They call it. They call it
That's
the,
it.
Ross. They call it the thought bomb.
Yeah.
Because we are diving down rabbit holes.
Mm-hmm.
red glowy statue.
Yep.
Are the other ones too fear-induced to notice it? Kayana's obviously trying to calm them down. Does her calming...
Well, it does seem to not really work on Garm. And as you're watching, the red glow seems to fade.
Is that the statue we were examining, or a different one?
Different one.
I'll approach the statue and have a look at it.
Doesn't seem any different from most of the others you've seen.
I'll put my hand on it and see what I can feel, because I'm not using the Force necessarily actively. I'm just seeing,
Passive.
If
It does feel warm.
just feels warm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I will. If I can't see any actual threats, I presume I can't.
And from this position, you can actually see a stone structure further up the valley
Okay.
that appears to be some sort of temple. All angled lines in its construction. Very reminds you of like Mayan style pyramid.
I will note the structure, but go over to my group and see whether or not I can calm them down.
Garm doesn't seem to be too well calmed as you hear a plop as the head finally falls.
And I squeal.
Okay, I will pick up the body and the head and move it into the old shack. Before I come back out, and noting that Garm is the most affected.
I walk away. I sit down behind a tree.
Is this where you're very careful to not say, hey, there's something ahead?
Does Kayana make any of those sorts of jokes?
Not in front of Garm.
He's sitting behind a tree right now.
He's the rookie recruit.
Well, since Garm is
I'm sure you can say don't lose your head.
Rookie leader, I guess.
Since Garm has gone to sit behind a tree,
Yep.
I'm going to give him some space, and provided that there's no journals or clues within the shack,
There does not appear to be.
I will deconstruct the shack in a way to make it kind of higher, and burn the body. Yeah. Do I think burning the body would be the best way of disposing of it without him being desecrated by animals and shit? Martin?
I'm just reading through it at the moment.
Yeah.
Hard to tell you what's in there if I can't remember.
No, that's okay.
Is this where we also want to avoid the phrase, don't be a pain in the neck?
Well, as a player, I will say to you, he was a pain in somebody's neck.
And hey, I'm sure he went for that popping sort of dance.
I was going to say, I'm going to let you keep reading, but my next question is it observably that he's the only hermit person around here?
Doesn't look as if there was space for more than one person in his hovel.
Yep.
And what are you going to set it alight with?
Before I do that, I just want to absolutely make sure I've checked it thoroughly for anything that might be of use.
Nothing here seems to actually be useful to you besides the fact that the rags smell terrible and he seems to have mainly rags for bedding and no idea what he's been eating or drinking.
Are there enough loose stones around to just make a simple stone cairn?
Possibly you could spend a few hours doing so.
It would take a long time. Okay,
Yes.
set it alight it is. I got the campfire kit that came with the thing.
I don't think you've got something that's going to cause enough to disintegrate the body.
His
All you're going
shack
to do
is
is
made of-
cook the body.
His shack is made of old dry leaves and old vines.
Rags
Everything's all
and-
dried, and there's, I presume, Martin, is there enough tinder there to just burn the body
You should be able to at least do a good charcoaling.
without just cooking him?
I'm sure you could do a good charcoaling.
that means not cooking him.
Well, that's more than cooking. That's basically
Okay.
burning.
Alright, I'm not going to start the fire straight away. I'm going to start these guys moving on and make sure that Garm is upwind and doesn't end up smelling burning
This
body.
is bringing up an interesting question, though. What was he sustained on? He's emaciated. He's crazy. He's been here for forever. There's observably nobody else around.
He might have been just hunting things, gathering things, berry bushes. That might be why he's emaciated. Because he wasn't subsisting off much.
Can I answer that question through a medical point of view?
Not without going and seeing the headless body.
You can
With
come in
that
and
you're
look at the
terrified.
headless
Yeah, well,
body.
we already. The thing is, I already was up and close because I actually gave him some food,
if-
i.e., his last meal.
He didn't actually get to eat the meal,
If-
and you were too fearful to make any more observations of him.
I was going to say,
Okay.
I don't know if you guys are still stuck in fear yet. So that's why I was doing this on my own.
If he does, he would have to make another
Check.
fear check with a higher difficulty because he's already broken once.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at this stone structure that's up ahead. Go.
Look, just before we all run off, we want to keep together.
Yeah, no, we're staying together.
Is there a reason, kind of, why you're concerned about how he was subsisting?
There's no observable anything that
Is
would
there any bushes, trees,
water
and stuff?
cans, evidence of food.
No evidence of food, no evidence of water.
That's what I mean. How is he sustaining himself?
How about we search the area?
This is Kayana wondering these questions, where it's Kesley saying, I think this guy is older than he appears.
Look, I'm happy for us to investigate the area.
Mm-hmm.
Garm needs some time to recover. He's sitting by
We're
the
going to
tree.
take a nice walk. Calm walk.
Yep, but look, I'll investigate the area, or you can investigate the area. I don't mind which one of us does
I'm
it.
gonna be watching them to make sure their terrified state doesn't make them run off or trip anything or anything like that. So as the other person who isn't force sensitive,
Well,
that Kyle doesn't know about, as the other person who isn't as perceptive as she knows Thea to be, she's going to be helping to look after everybody until she can guarantee they're no longer terrified.
yeah, so I'll assign you to just keep an eye on these three. Maybe just
Yeah.
get them together, get them sitting down. I'll do
gonna think about
a
beautiful
more thorough
butterflies.
investigation of the area to answer Kayana's questions.
Okay, survival roll for Thea.
Yeah, I probably don't have the best.
As the others start
1, 2, and 4.
moving along.
Really? Is that right? I've got 4 blue dice
Give
on
me
a
a sec.
survival.
It would make sense for your character in
you're
terms
a
of animal handling. and stuff.
Outdoory,
Blue dice.
animal-y kind person.
Yeah.
But why blue dice instead of like
Survival should be 1 yellow, 2 green, 1 blue.
1 blue? Yeah, I thought that was wrong because I've got 4 blue. Why would I have 4 blue sitting in front of me?
Because you changed your character and you may not have made the changes.
So
You stopped being the big game hunter and became the animal wrangler instead.
well, that just means I'm going to have to go back to big game hunting at some point. So 1, 2, and then 1, and then you're doing a check of the area. What's the
3 purple.
3 purple?
Mm.
Okay. That's
There's not a lot of game to be found.
more stuff than I expected. I thought this would be like a 2 purple thing. We haven't earned back any white dice
Nope.
yet.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, I feel really tired, but generally I succeed. 3 successes, 6 threat, 2 blank.
Okay.
6 threat. So that would be quite a lot of strain for
Yep.
Thea.
But I'm at full strain at the moment.
Well, you are now, but now you're at 6 strain.
So, what does that put me down? I've got
As
16.
you're wandering around, you come across a pile of animal and human bones.
Human bones.
So he's been eating people as well. So, question answered.
Yeah, tell me about that. See how well that goes.
No, we're not telling you about that.
Good plan.
And some of it looks like it's only days old.
Okay.
Okay.
From the ones that look only a few days old, I'm presuming, are there any humans that are only a few days old?
Let's see, what does the dice say to me? No, they look like they are animals.
And the humans, are they like bones or are they clothing?
Just bones.
Okay. Look, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I'll come back to Kayana and I'll say, I can see some, and I'm just gonna say animal remains here. So it looks like you might have been hunting or trapping things.
Okay.
I think let's check out these guys, and if they're fit to do some walking, we'll head over to the Stone Temple.
Yep.
I'll check in with Ash and Khalid since they're together. How are you guys doing?
Okay.
You up for a bit of a walk?
Yeah,
Let's close.
Maybe one at a time.
One at a time. We'll start with Ash.
Yeah, let's get out of here. I'd rather play with the animals outside.
No, we don't want to play with the animals. We just want to hopefully get to the temple without any more stuff.
Yeah.
I think the animals could get quite big.
Yeah. No more crazy heads falling off and flying in the sky. Okay, gotcha?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Khalid?
so we're going to go to the stone
Temple, yes.
building or whatever, the thing up that's up forward.
That I can-
that way.
The
That I
cigarette,
saw
I'm
when I
sure.
was at the statue.
Yeah.
Yes.
What could go wrong with that?
Everything. Kayana, I'll call out to you because I presume you're with Garm.
Yeah.
Is Garm ready to head off?
I've been violently ill. My character's got his
Give.
beside himself. You know, just rolled over and went. Bleh.
I
Yeah.
presume
And
that's
my head's
sensible
now-
enough
my
to
head's
give
between my
him
knees.
A couple of small sips of water. To
That's
get rid
where.
of the
That's where.
taste.
Give him a couple of back pats. And it's like, it's all right, bud.
But keep him hydrated. So get him to.
But keep in
Have a
mind,
little bit of
Kayana
water.
is not exactly like super carrying all the time, so it's more like all good.
They're there.
Yeah.
They're there.
Hand him a water flask.
And it's more like if you were up in a better mood, she'd say, drink some water, run some stadiums, you'll be fine. Rub some dirt in it.
Rub some dirt on it.
It's all good.
Yeah. But if you've just thrown up, we want to keep you hydrated. So.
But it doesn't kill you. It is your foe leader.
Geez, for someone who last did a first aid course like 16 years ago, I still remember a lot of that.
Exactly.
Okay, so as you get closer to the temple,
Well,
you can see it.
my character actually says, "I don't want to be here anymore."
As you say that, you hear the sound of the beast gnawing at the edge of the stone structure.
And as Garm says that, I like put a hand on each shoulder, looking dead in the eyes, and I say, this is going to always be a challenging trip for all of us. Toughen up,
Can
sunshine.
I, when you touch my shoulder, you touch my shoulder?
No, this is Garm. I'm like,
Cool,
I don't
cool,
say
just
toughen
make
up,
sure.
sunshine.
Okay.
I say, you know, we've got to get through this. We can't exactly leave you here, and you don't want to go back on your own. Together, we're stronger as a group. I'll protect you. Kayana's here.
I'll try. I'll try. But I don't want to be here.
Can I try leadership?
You can try leadership.
If I fail this is going to go incredibly badly.
If you fail this, it'll be really funny.
God, 2 and 2. What are you going to put me up against?
Let me have a quick look.
As long as that's correct. I really need to double check those stats and make sure they're all up to date. Don't put the purple away because I'll probably pull all the purple out on me.
Okay, so I think it would be best against 2 red.
Really?
Because that's the fear that he was facing.
Jeez. Surely it's wound down a little bit by now.
Well, if
No,
you're
my
going
character's freaked out.
If you're going to overcome
Absolutely
the
freaked
fear
out.
that was caused, you're going to have to actually beat it. So you have 2 yellow and 2 green.
2 yellow, 2 green. No force. God, it sucks.
Why don't you want to use the force?
You
She
just
can-
don't get that with leadership.
She doesn't have it with leadership.
Ah.
Yeah, no, I'm
It's
pretty
not her
sure.
speciality.
Pretty pretty sure force doesn't apply to leadership, although I wish it did.
It can, but not for your character. You
Not
can't.
if they-
You can't have everything.
If I was I'm
Well-
there. If I was helping, could I
She's
use
there.
my commanding presence to add a blue dice?
Yes.
We'll take all the dice we can get.
I
considering
like
it's
negotiating.
red. Yeah, look, I just want to reassure Garm and
Leadership is not going to reassure me.
Hey, don't worry. It's not like you're gonna have your head ripped off.
just out of question, what would reassure like Martin if leadership's not the reassuring?
Leadership is the thing that will get
It is.
him to overcome his fear. That
Okay,
is
so it
that is the
Yeah, but it's not
specific skill
reassuring.
used for it.
Yeah, but
If that's a skill that's necessary, then that's a skill that's necessary.
yeah,
It's the way it says is to rally a character subject to fear.
yeah. Mike, I'm cursing you.
I can roll.
No,
We're desperate. We're not that
well, at
desperate.
least it's just threats. Okay, that's not too bad. So if I figure this out right, my 2 advantages and my 2 threats counter each other out,
Yep.
which leaves me with 3 successes.
Okay, she's
Nice.
quite rousing. You do feel better from Thea's words. You feel a bit reassured that your neck's not going to be separated from your body anytime soon.
Martin, do you have to word it quite like that when you do?
Yes, I do. I'm quite good at wording things in a nasty way.
Just, I just feel you could be, I don't know, less intense.
It's funny.
I'm sure you just imagine things anyway.
Sure. That's what my character thought to start with. And then the head went, it came off. And I went, no.
I didn't see Hesley go, I just heard the sounds, I'm like, fuck this.
Don't worry, I'm just using the force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Um,
not somebody's head popping off. Don't worry.
Garm takes a deep breath and stands up and says, all right, well, let's go.
Yeah, yes, please.
And I believe it would also...
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I believe it would also have been calming for both Khalid and Ash as well,
Yeah.
if, as they would have been in the same sort of situation.
Out of fear then, all of them?
Yes.
Thank goodness.
Thank God.
Thank Ferric instead of danking him.
I'm sure we'll dank him later.
Thank the maker?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I know who the maker is in this context.
Well, Babylon 5
no,
is the spirit of
I'm
the
going to change
Centauri.
it. Thank the founder.
There you go.
Okay, so getting to the ruins, you do see the structure rise up before you. It's probably about 50 meters above the surface of the plaza that you've been walking across.
That's a
Mm.
pretty impressive building.
It's like a mine ziggurat kind of
Mhm.
shape. Yeah.
A very ziggurat sort with stairs.
So ziggurat, we're
climbing up.
talking square pyramid?
Yeah.
Yeah. With many levels going up and more statues on it. All very similar.
Yeah.
I'm
Based on-
preempting the whole party. As we get closer, everybody wants to have a closer look at whatever they can see and determine if there's any symbology or special stuff about it. Except for Garm.
No.
But
No.
I know Khalid, Ash, and definitely Thea. I'm presuming Kayana, just guessing from the fact that she was especially interested in like how the old guy was subsisting.
I'm more trying to observe the bigger picture rather than getting into details.
I'll be looking for details.
Yeah.
There
I don't know
doesn't
about
seem
Ash
to
and
be
Khalid.
a lot of details out here. It's too old to have details.
Mhm.
And the age of this place is significant.
Based off of what player knows of Sith temples, this is a Sith temple for sure, or it sounds like one.
Well, the structure does have symbology that you've seen in your book.
Okay.
The statues do seem similar to ones you've seen in the book.
Okay. I'll
It's
let
old.
people know that because everyone knows I found the Founder's book, don't they? I'm like, this is very similar to the stuff I've seen in the Founder's book. That's not to say that we're safe here, judging from what just happened not long ago. Be on your alert.
And as you reach the temple, you hear a grinding sound of stone moving.
I don't like that.
Mandalore needs more alerts.
The ground starts to shake.
Mm.
And you see a passageway open with stairs leading down.
That's not ominous at all.
Is this where I do another vigilance check to see if I can see any...
Sure.
The version of check for traps.
Sure.
Or
There'll
people
also-
hiding in the traps.
There'll also be 3 red. And as you're figuring that out, I'm going to duck to the bathroom.
Just because you want to give me something to do.
Just so you know, if anyone touched my shoulder when I was still with fear, I was going to pull out the big gun, okay? So,
No.
so that's why I asked the question before when whose shoulder you touched, and I just thought just to be safe.
Yeah, no.
I felt eye contact was needed with Garm because he seemed particularly shaken.
Oh, yeah, I was just kidding, so I was going to shoot anything that moved.
My expectation of you, having been former Death Watch, etc., is even though you were given to fear, that you're more, I can't think of the word, resilient.
Yeah, I need to work on my pain up too, a bit more, but that's the thing, I guess.
So 2 yellow, 2 green, 2 blue.
Play your question.
2 green. Yep.
What was our instruction?
Our instruction was to find out more about the founder.
Dom sent us here?
Yep. So the mission is to to travel here to discover about our history, particularly of Starwing founder.
Yeah.
And if particularly I passed the test, I would get the spiritual meeting that I requested. But everybody who passed the test would get that opportunity too. So he said 3 red, didn't he?
He did.
So he's not here, guys. If I roll a despair, nobody tells me.
Of course not.
Joking.
Is that where Sam right beside you?
No, I looked up to see you. I rolled a despair.
I know you had to joke.
This is not good. I think
This is
that doesn't look great.
This is what happens when he's within 5
I was
feet
distracted.
of you.
Can I
He's got
re-roll?
the aura of corruption.
Yeah. Well, hold on. It's not... Like, it's bad, but it's not that bad.
Well, the despair could be discovered.
I'm going to ask Peter to roll from now on for the rest of the night. Just put it out there, okay?
So 3 successes, an advantage, and a despair.
But despairs can come from knowing the truth or the odds that you're up against, which can just be very overwhelming. So, despairs aren't. Martin explained to me, despairs aren't always bad news.
Okay, so as you're having a look around,
Sometimes
who
you're
do
a
we-
reality
who do we
check
have an
and that's
echo
the bad
through?
news.
Bit of an echo through
it's
Mark at the
Mark,
moment.
yeah.
So as you're looking around, you do see the red glow move from statue to statue.
I make people aware there's a red glow and to be very careful. Can anyone else see the red glow? I
No.
ask. Yay.
And so moving around as if almost moving along with us or going ahead of us.
Bit of both.
Okay. So just moving.
So, I say to you guys, and this is me talking as that, I'm like, my timing for this is, well, very poor. But, I'd like to let you guys know very quickly that one of the reasons that I've been chosen to take this spiritual journey is that, I've been able to do the weird space wizard stuff to a degree enough that Dom has given me this opportunity to consult with our founder and spiritual leader about how I should go about training myself to do it. So if I tell you weird shit like there's a glow or a person you can't see, you guys have to trust me that I am telling you the truth, and it is worth your life to believe it no matter how unbelievable it sounds. if you want to live through this.
I did not sign up for this shit.
Nope, but you're here now and you got not much choice.
Technically, you did.
Yeah.
No, technically I didn't.
You were given a mission and you accepted.
Yeah, no background on what the fuck was going on.
Hey, I didn't know this was going to happen. As far as I know, we have to keep what I can do secret. If anyone outside this clan finds out that I can do this, I am dead. Which is why I haven't mentioned it before. I was advised not to.
Okay, I'm just going to put it out in my essay I just wrote. I said how much you would never lie to me and all this sort of things, and tell me everything. So I feel a bit kind of conflicted right now with my essay.
A lie requires me to directly let a lie. Omission is a smart thing that we do to protect ourselves. Do you tell us absolutely everything that occurs to you or happens to you? No. We have this thing called need to know, right?
Okay, you've got one pass. Okay.
This was a need to know situation. Dom told me that not to tell anyone else unless they need to know, and now this is the point where you need to know.
Okay.
That's how the military works.
Mm-hmm.
Makes more sense.
As do many military units.
Yep.
Generally, one or two people in the unit know the objectives,
I
and the
would
rest are
also
just
like
told
to
what they need to get it done.
Sorry, Martin. I would also like to explain to you guys that why I didn't want to tell you until now is this knowledge could kill you too, just knowing it. And I really didn't want to expose you to that unless there was no other choice.
Yep.
Galen feels the pressure in his neck.
Gum doesn't believe it. It's psychosomatic. He's like, it's too much. This is bullshit. Nah, fuck.
Don't want to deal with space wizards.
This is bullshit. That's what he's gone through his head. This is fucking bullshit. There's no fucking way. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Fuck this.
I genuinely and sincerely say to all the group, I am really sorry I had to keep this from you until now. I'm really sorry that this is the point that you're only finding it out.
But yes, my character believes it's psychosomatic, but
I believe Kayana is fairly quick to accept this because Kayana was like the last one with Thea before she
walked through the wall.
Walked through that wall and got her power. So she kinda sorta knew that Thea had something.
Did you say out loud,
is
this what happened when you walked through that wall?
No, this is where Kayana would just say,
yes, boss.
So this explains a lot, and that's it. Just this explains a lot.
Trust me, if I'd had a choice in this, it wouldn't be this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I've got one better than Gar. I've just totally forgotten everything.
Have you? Why?
Well, remember when you walked through the wall? I had a real bad.
Yeah.
I that was really bad for me.
What happened? Because I
And so
don't remember.
He got like zapped.
I got mine zapped badly.
Yeah.
But
So everything you just mentioned, I've now completely forgot. And why are we here?
Is that what would happen in this situation, or was that only for when we did the...
It was only for the time.
So you can technically remember this. You're not incapable of taking in this knowledge. It's just...
No.
You won't remember...
Currently, it's going to take a while to process it. I'm currently going mentally amnesia going, it's just too much at the time.
But you just won't remember references to the occasion, which Kayana did not bring up. So... in context of your character right now, I get that you would be slow in processing, but this would actually have nothing to do with being zapped back at the time. So you don't have to go with being amnesiac. You could just be going...
or PSDD because you haven't got a reference yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see a stairwell going down.
Okay. Do I see any red glows around any of my people?
Not around any of your peoples.
Okay, alright. I am going to go first.
Mhm.
Can I perception this out? Because, yeah, I'm
Okay.
fully expecting for something to reach out and, well, not reach
Out and touch
literally,
you.
but reach out through
Just will go. You've got the touch.
space magic. Yeah.
Okay, so you can make a perception check.
Shit, I was going to say, is this a perception check? You know, it's going to be one step perception check. Second step
One yellow,
perception
two green, three blue,
check.
three
One
white.
yellow, two green, out.
Three
hands.
blue,
Two or three?
three blue,
Three
three white.
and three. Yep. You doing me against three red again?
Sure.
Like that was not a suggestion.
I liked it.
No.
Sure, why not?
Why do you have to do that to me? It makes it feel so
Okay,
casual. And
three red.
Yeah.
Is that better?
No. Why is it three red all the time?
Because this is an actual threat.
But it doesn't have to be three red.
It doesn't have to be, but it is.
Mike is in so much shit for not being here. Like, he could give us 1,000,000 meat trays. It's not going to make up for today.
Exactly.
I think it's great.
I no.
Free meat.
First of all, my hands hurt. Second of all, it's always 3 bloody red dice. Is there no way I can mitigate the 3 red dice?
No.
I don't.
Aww.
Jeez, how many yellow did I get? Just one?
Just one.
Jesus, really?
A lot of force dice, though.
I'm gonna have to roll this in 2 lots. I'm just physically not capable of rolling this many dice.
I'm happy to roll.
No. Nobody.
I like that you keep offering.
Yeah, the offer.
He
I
does
could do
it
it.
really happy too, and
And I'm always happy with the result.
of course you are. Ah, damn, this
Really?
just hurts. Alright, 2 failures, 1 threat on the reds. This is ridiculous amount of dice. Most of them are mine. 3 black, 1 white.
Force dice.
Obviously, the dark side is with you.
Yeah. Oh, we are in a Sith temple.
1 triumph. Yay.
Yay.
1 success. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 advantages.
Okay, so you can use that to use a white to give yourself a success overall.
So that means 3 successes and 7 advantages?
Well, there were 2 failures, so it was...
right, yep.
With
So
Cancel.
one success.
with
So,
the multiple.
triumph.
1 success. So 1 success
a
counts
triumph.
out the failure,
Yep.
and then
There's a success in the triumph.
success in the triumph,
Cancel
and
out the other success.
The white.
and the white's 1 success.
You can spend the white as a success.
Okay, so let's spend that white to get rid of that failure and that advantage to get rid of that threat.
Mhm.
That's a blank. That's what I've got left.
Okay.
I'm not using
With
those.
the remaining advantage, would you be able to recover any strain, or is that used up?
So you got 6 advantages.
6 advantages.
You can use that to recover your strain.
Right, what else could I use it for?
Well, if you have no strain, you get knocked out.
Okay, alright, let's just say if I have no strain, I get knocked out.
If your strain is reduced to 0, you're knocked out.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
In-
sorry, the way you said it made me think in reverse. So I'm best to recover the strain.
Yeah.
So 16 out of 16.
And with perception, what is the suggested triumph? The fact that can make future checks with a boost. Okay, so as you're going down, you can actually see that the stonework as you go down is changing.
Okay. Changing as in changing the shape of the corridor, or changing as in...
I would like to finish what I was saying.
I apologise.
It's
This
okay.
is why I make all you the coffees and give you all the chocolate.
Okay, so as you're going down, you're noticing that the stonework is changing, and it's a completely different style to what is above.
Okay.
And most of it is of black stone, and that leads to a corridor with sorry, just trying to read the thing again. That leads down to a corridor with carved pillars that somehow has not actually degraded, unlike the rest of the outside. And on top of a plinth is what appears to be a unmarked sarcophagus.
Nobody touch anything. This could be the spirit that's bound that we don't necessarily want to unbind.
And everyone is hearing whispers.
I'm stick my fingers in my ears and go, no, 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 no,
Not dulling the whispers.
The whispers are in your head.
no, 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 no.
Okay, and at this
Great.
point, I will say you each find yourself facing off against someone.
I got my eyes closed, my ears, fingers in my ears.
Doesn't matter, you still find yourself facing off with someone, and we shall start off with Kayana.
Okay.
Kick his ass!
So for this,
You get to make a discipline check to see if you can
Do you want me
actually...
to... Oops, sorry.
so I have this makes use to avoid the check of fear. Is this to discipline for like initiative, or
This is a discipline check to see how you deal with your opponent.
how I deal with my opponent?
And your discipline is 2 yellow, 1 green.
Yeah.
And because of your confidence, you have reduced it to 1 black.
1 black.
Mm-hmm.
Are
Okay.
you still happy for me to roll, or would you like...
Go for it, not me,
something?
because
Okay, yep.
I'm no good.
2 yellow, a green, and a black.
Yep.
We all know that how much these dice absolutely hate me.
Well, I've got sad news for you. I got a failure.
Yeah, the dice
I
hate
have
me.
good news for you.
Yeah.
I got 4 successes on top of that.
Nice.
So I
3
cut out,
successes.
flake out the... So 1 failure, 5 successes.
So that would be
Just
4 successes in total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to make it clear for Martin what the roll was.
Okay.
Okay, next one up is Garm.
1 yellow, 2 green.
1 yellow,
Downgrading it by 2,
2 green...
not 3.
And you're what?
Downgrading it by 2, not 3.
Okay.
So I'm assuming mine will be a purple as opposed to a black.
Give me a check.
Oh, that's
Although
because you got confidence as well.
I do, but I don't know. Depending on how it works, you might want to add a few ranks for the fact that my character's not really here.
So after
The leadership did dispel your fear.
It didn't dispel my
Distrust.
WTF.
Okay, so with the alterations, his difficulty is 2 red, 1 purple, 2 black.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
2 red, even with the...
Yep.
Wow. With the 1 yellow, 2 green?
Yep.
If I roll a despair, it's Mike's fault.
That's funny.
2 despair coming up.
Yes.
Therion, blow on the dice. Go on.
Cat's like, what the?
Sniff it. No. I've handed Mandarin recently, so he's kind of like, why are you putting Mandarin hands next to my face? Okay, it's not the worst it could be. So, actually, so that's 4 failures, 3 successes. That does not look good for you.
Okay.
It could be worse. One failure.
So, 4 failures, 3 successes, 2 advantages, 1 threat. So I think that converts to
A
not that it kind
failure
of matters.
and a success.
Yeah, 1 failure, 1.
Okay,
No
next one we're
success.
going to do is Ash.
Yeah. What's Ash's dice roll?
2 green.
Split 2 green.
Just 2 green.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what Ash is
That-
not very
that's
good
it.
at this one.
Ash is not disciplined.
Up against 3 red.
So you said discipline tonight? I thought I'm stuffed.
Remember, everybody gets to tell Mike.
The answer is, Mark, next time get on early so that you can spend all your
Well,
XP.
hey, it's kind of not horrible. It's nothing, basically. I got a success, a failure, a threat, and an advantage, and a blank.
So a 0 is a failure.
0. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, you need a single success to succeed.
Why can't
Anything
that
else
equal
is a
reroll?
failure.
I think a neutral should be a reroll. House roll.
Okay, then we shall do Khalid.
What's cards?
It's 2 green.
2 green as well.
So, same 3
thing.
red.
Let me have a look. It is 4 red.
Why is it 4 red for cards?
Because I failed badly.
Nope. We'll get to that in a moment.
Ooh, it's
Everyone's facing a different thing.
special
I think.
secrets.
I thought I'd get the rule out of the way before I describe what you were seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 failures, 2 successes. They blank each other out. 2 threats. So you're getting some sort of strain.
2 threat.
I'm sorry I'm not rolling better, but I guess with those statistics, it's really hard to roll better. Plus, I'm not Mike. I could have at least rolled not a blank.
Okay, now we will do discipline for Thea.
I don't remember what my discipline is.
1 yellow, 3 green, 3 white.
3 white, and how many red?
You are versus 4 purple.
4 purple. Okay, that's interesting. Are you okay if I roll it in sets like I did last time?
You can roll them in sets.
Okay, 4 purple. Ooh, 2 failures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 threat. Alright now. 2 white, 2 dark.
So you have options.
Ooh, 2 success, which will probably be counted out by those 2 failures, and 5 advantages.
Okay.
So
So you can spend
That's
one
a
of your...
purely neutral roll then.
outside of the 2 white,
And you can spend a white to succeed.
I'll spend the white to succeed.
This is always an interesting option to do. Okay, so now I'm describing the scene for you. Each of you have a vision of yourself trying to terrorize you.
Oh,
So we're
great.
facing
Yeah,
ourselves.
another reason why I got 4 red.
So basically, the difficulty was your own intimidate roll used against you.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I have an intimidate roll?
Yes, 4 purple.
I'm not very intimidating.
You are not. You also got to reduce your intimidating.
Yeah.
So if your intimidating went up and then went back down again.
Yeah. So that means
While I with intimidating increases it by 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is why he had 4 red
4
because
red and Ash had 3
his
red.
was 2 red and a purple upgraded 3 times.
I like that I'm not very intimidated.
What was your threat? It was just 1 black.
Yes, because you
You must
downgraded
be
it.
the happiest puppy I've ever met.
And it's called observation over any outward emotion. So
Okay, so from Dave's perspective, you are watching Khalid, Gum, and Ash trying to strangle themselves.
Martin,
Yep.
did you also want to take advantage of Natural Enforcer?
No.
So you can actually re-roll one of those dice?
No, because...
One of those
No,
bad dice?
No, at this stage. If I was to re-roll the dice, I would re-roll anything that was helping you.
Makes sense, yeah.
Because you were literally trying to kill yourself at this stage.
Yeah,
So it wouldn't be... The natural enforcer wouldn't be assisting you, it would be harming you.
yeah, but I'm just saying the shade of me would also have natural enforcement. That's all.
If the shade of you was using it, it would be using it to make your roll worse, not better.
Carlin,
Yeah.
he's doing you a nice. Let him.
Yeah, I
do
know
you
it's
a
doing me a nice.
Let him. Just let him.
Okay, so I said, Thea, you're watching Gum, Khalid, and Ash each choking themselves with their own hands.
I get to respond.
Yeah.
I would like to make them stop.
You can try the old adage of slap them to see if they will snap out of it.
Don't
Yes.
disagree.
Would I have to slap each of them, or could I use something?
A multi-slap. I'm sure you could line them all
Line them
up
up.
and get all three at the same time.
Yeah. I guess that's. Yeah. Look, if I slap them,
I'll
you're not
Three
going to make me
Stooges.
like.
Well, you also see that Kayana is also unaffected.
Okay, so I will then call out to Kayana. We need to
Calm
shake some
these
sense
guys.
into them.
With this, using my own leadership.
Yeah, I was just going to say, would it be a leadership that we could use together?
They are currently unresponsive to you.
Okay, so we need to, I will slap them hard enough to try and bring them back to reality, but not hard enough to do anything more than leave a nasty red mark on their face for a few hours.
Okay.
I'm
No
mumbling
armored
something.
gloves on.
Hold on, I'm reading some of what my leadership stuffs have. I have a field commander action.
Shame we can't use.
You can set
wow,
effect twice as many allies. In addition, they may.
From Gum's perspective, you are attacking the horrible person before you, who is basically that childhood bully that you've always wanted to stand up to. And you can feel your hands around their neck, slowly choking the life out of them.
Okay.
Feeling very good about it.
Garm doesn't. That's not who he is, but I'm under the effect of whatever it is. So I'm mumbling something along the lines of, "Take this, you piece of shit," you know.
Okay, hold on. Field commander talent. So a character can take an action to make an average leadership check on success. A number of allies equal to the character's presence may suffer one strain to perform one maneuver, which does not count as one of the allies' maneuvers on their turn. So that's just helping people move.
That's helping people move. Eventually you can do it so you can help people act, because you need an action instead of a movement.
Exactly, so that's a little bit
Which is not
different.
quite the same
No.
as getting them out of a fear effect.
No, it's not. Natural leader, does that do anything? That just helps me re-roll if I need to, and then the last
I was
thing.
going to say, I was going to try and coordinate.
Commanding
with,
presence, the character either removes a setback or adds a boost dice per rank leadership for leadership and cool checks. I would like to just make a straight up leadership roll to get them to stand down, because I'm assuming I can see that whatever this shade is trying to entice me to attack
Well,
it. So
you're not seeing a shade.
No, you
I
just see
thought
them.
I saw it.
You saw
No.
it, but you
Doesn't
basically didn't attack it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so
I'm
It didn't cause you to be fearful.
I'm
It
presuming they're
disappeared.
seeing something similar, and I'm trying to tell them to calm themselves down, stand down, stop acting.
And
I was
Like,
so you
snap
won't
out
need to
of it.
roll, because currently they can't hear you, so you
I was
can
going to say,
be telling them to snap out of it.
I was asking him to do a leadership, and he said leadership won't work.
Because of
And that's why I said, well, if leadership won't work, I've got to physically.
touch.
So, I'm just going to give them enough of a tap to. I don't think shaking them's going to do it. But I guess we could try giving them a good shake first, and if that doesn't work, then give them a slap.
Try it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll go for that. We'll go
Okay.
for the least painful method first.
Okay, so as you shake them, they start to be looking black.
Black.
Yeah, their faces are starting to look
Okay.
like they're
Look,
running out of oxygen.
I won't hesitate, I'll slap.
So which two do you slap first?
I'm going to start with Garm, because I'm most worried about his level of fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that can overcome him pretty quickly.
Okay, just as you're about to succeed and crush the life out of your enemy, you basically blink and see Thea looking at you.
Yeah, I don't look at you that long. I'm going to move on to the next guy.
I look around for my enemy. Where the hell did he go?
It's not here. And you realise that your own hands are around your neck. You've been crushing your own throat. Who was Kayana doing?
Ash.
Okay, so Ash, you've been trying to crush this life out of someone from your past that really upset you.
That stupid Death Watch leader.
And
now we know why you left Death Watch.
as you're just about to finish him off and be victorious, you blink and Kayana's in front of you and you realise you're pretty much about to break your own windpipe.
Where did he go?
As you realise your hands have got a death grip on your own throat.
What black magic is this?
And you're realising you can't really talk because that's how hard you've been squeezing. And then
I'll do Khalid as quickly as I can.
Khalid, you're also at the point of
Blackout.
Don't ask me to make an attack roll because I'll end up killing myself because of my skills.
and apparently you have been choking your father for some reason, who keep telling you how you're just not worthy enough to be a Mandalorian.
You disappoint me, son.
I'll kick his ass too.
And basically how you'll never be an armorer because you're just not the right cut of cloth for a Mandalorian in his eyes.
Completely unfocused. Always tinkering with those damn droids.
And then you sort of blink just as you're about to prove to him just how good a Mandalorian you are, as you realise that you have actually damaged your own neck after you're seeing Thea before you and realise you've had that death grip on your own throat.
Yeah.
As I peel your fingers off your own throat, I'm gonna inspect to see just how bruised and damaged he is, because I think we're gonna need that medicine kit now.
Do we have time for inspection? That's my worry. Like, there's still an active threat, I would say.
There might be, yes.
Yeah, so I don't know if we necessarily have time to inspect for injuries at this stage.
I'll find out from Martin if there's time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anyone get wounds or anything like that from this, or is it purely?
Well, at the moment there is I would say a critical injury on both Garm and on Ash, and a level 1 and a level 2 critical injury on Khalid.
So how does these levels work? Is 1 worse than 5, or is 5 worse?
5 is worse than 1.
Okay, so level 1 on Garm.
Is it life-threatening?
No. Level, I think it's a 4 becomes life-threatening.
Okay.
So Garm and Ash.
4 is life-threatening.
Was it? And a level 2 on
Yeah,
Khalid.
I'll get durable so I get to do the roll down by 20.
No.
Yeah.
Garm goes,
It's okay.
nope.
But I'm going
It's not a roll. It's basically you delivered your own critical injury on yourselves.
so the durable doesn't work on it?
It does not.
So Garm says, nope, rubs his throat, and walks for the exit. I'm out.
If I can, I'll use a reflex to grab Garm and tell him, you need to stay with us.
Yeah.
I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. And I walk for the door.
But I've still got a physical hold of you. Unless you try to beat me off, I am not letting go.
And as you're trying to walk, you hear up the stairs on the way out a voice echoing down the stairwell going, "Welcome, interlopers. You are brave and foolish to set forth within my fortress."
Welcome into what?
Interlopers.
Fuck me.
Welcome, interlopers. I do have a whole...
As you wish, you also hear.
No.
Ash has a bit of a side eye in that scene.
Could I suggest that as we don't use that word here, that
Thank me.
no, that we change it out to, you know, oh crap or oh shit, because this thing might take it literally, and I'm pretty sure Gum does not want that.
So he says, "Welcome, interlopers, to my sanctum."
Welcome, interlopers. You are brave and foolish to set forth within my fortress. As you see a translucent figure in robes stepping down the stairs. Visible to all.
I move back
Button.
behind the
Yes.
Since I'm finding it very difficult to breathe,
Mm-hmm.
can I use my medical backpack on myself?
There's no time. Kleiner pointed out, Kesley pointed out there's no time. I was going to inspect for wounds and apply the equivalent of a stem or slap or medicine patch. But there's no time. Before we can do any of that, we hear the voice,
well, the other thing
etc.
is this a change of encounter?
It is not. This is the same encounter.
Okay, so it means that I would actually, because of one of my innate abilities in martial arts and that, I do critical blow. So I would be doing that to myself. So I'll be losing one strain per turn.
Stop hurting yourself. Martin's let you off.
I've actually.
I think I wasn't aware of that one.
Ross, I know exactly what you have.
Oh, okay. fair
Don't
enough.
mechanics
Yep, okay.
spit out. He's let you off.
It's where
Stay.
when the players decide what mechanics they're using against themselves that it actually slows the game down.
Okay, fair enough.
Alright.
Okay, so I'll just be wheezing and coughing and looking at this
Ghostly
You
figure.
Potentially needing a respirator down the track.
Actually, can we breathe the hell?
It may.
Okay, I'll put it on.
You spend your action putting that on, so I'm going to ask everyone to make a vigilance check at this point.
Does he really need a... He wouldn't need one, right? He can breathe. He's just
He can
damaged.
breathe, but a respirator would make it would give you more oxygen.
Okay.
So it may make it easier for him to breathe with less coming in.
Big green for me, as usual. So I'm not good at these two things. So.
2 green for you.
He said 3 green, I thought
three
he
green.
said.
3 green for Ash.
No, 2 green.
Two
Sorry.
2. Yeah, I thought he said 2.
Two.
I got
Okay.
Yeah.
corrected.
I got 2. So.
Yeah, 2 green, you said.
I thought he said 3, so that was my mistake.
Should have let Martin make that mistake. Okay, 1 success for Ash. Khaled, what's your vigilance?
2 yellow.
2 yellow. Yep. Just going everywhere, right? 1 success, 3 advantage.
1 success, 3 advantage.
Yep. Who's next?
Me, 3 yellow.
3 yellow.
I just volunteered myself.
Okay, 3 success, 3 advantage.
3 yellow for me.
Just making sure Martin got that. Ooh, not so good for you. 2 advantage. That means you just get to hide behind us. But I think this just determines the order the party goes with the villain. So if you've got an idea for something you want to do, or if you want to continue to try and run away, you can do that at any point.
And Thea's is 2 yellow, 2 green, 2 blue.
2, 3, 2. The reason my hands hurt, I have all. dice. Alright. Ooh, 1 success, 4 advantages.
Okay, so at this case, as this is a different sort of encounter, what is Kayana doing? As you're seeing this rogue figure start stepping down the stairs towards you.
I'm trying to remember all the available options in Star Wars. I am. I'm not pulling out a weapon because I'm assuming that's not gonna do anything, but I am just observing and listening to whatever this guy's got to say.
You want to listen?
Listening does not mean that I agree. It just means that I'm hearing him out.
You're open to the influence.
Yeah.
No, I'm just listening. There's nothing wrong with listening. I'm just trying to figure out what's his deal and what is it that he's wanting. Hand ready, I guess.
You could delay your action.
Yeah, I'm like the best I would say is like
Make
I
ready.
just kind of delay and observe, I guess.
Okay, so...
Because I don't really know. Obviously, this dude can do magic stuff that I don't understand, so I'm just gonna do my best not to piss him off right now.
Okay, so... before you wanted to do leadership, this would also be a chance of inspiring your fellow people.
Yes, I
Yep.
would like
Do you
to
wanna
inspire
do-
people to be resilient and remember family
Particularly.
and to listen to us. Listen to your family. Listen to Thay.
Have
Listen
faith
to
in
Garm.
us.
Listen.
faith in each other.
Yes, faith.
Because, hey,
my
Faith
lord.
and family.
I thought I would offer something instead of nothing.
Yeah, because that would be
The suggestion
So that will
helps.
be 2 yellow, 2 green, 1 blue.
yes.
2 yellow, 2 green,
And I'm not
1
knowing that.
blue,
So
and disgusting amount of what?
3 purple.
Ah, well, there you go.
As it's now no longer an unknown threat. Unknown threat is more terrifying
Well,
than
that's
a
1
known threat.
success. That's 2 success. Okay, let's see. I've got a failure and excess, which will count each other out.
Yep.
Then I've got 2 advantages and 2 threats, which would count all of them out, and then that leaves me with 2 success and a blank.
2 successes and a blank.
So I'm trying to inspire them to be resilient and listen to family.
Listen to family, or in this case, Thea?
Look to Thea for leadership.
Leadership.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah, you are
already
inspiring
hates me
because
for
of that.
life.
Each of the other characters get a boost dice on this
Yay!
turn.
Everybody gets blue.
As we're now up to Thea.
Right, so, I don't think it would be leadership. But basically, I'm gonna ask, I want to know who he is, what does he want? I don't know.
You feel as it more this would be the representation of the dark side spirit of the place that you didn't want freed.
Okay. It's not necessarily freed. He's doing his own.
Conversation with it can free it.
Oh, okay. Conversation can free.
Giving yourself a chance for it to enter your mind.
Okay. So would I have, because I do have knowledge of the Sith, I get 4 green, I guess. Would this be a time to try and figure out how to respond to this with my knowledge of the Sith?
They will give you a sense roll.
Yep, so how is that just that 4 green that I can see under Sith?
I said sense, not Sith.
Sense. Okay, so that's 3 yellow.
So it is 3 yellow, 3 blue, 3 white.
3 blue. And a boost dice? Is that the 3 blue?
3 blue, 3 white.
Yeah, but everyone got a boost dice.
Oh yeah, so you get an extra boost, so an extra blue.
So that's 4 blue. And I presume I'm going to be proposing...
And the difficulty will be 1 red and 1 purple.
Okay, so that's my dice pool.
For most people, that would be a little overwhelming.
Okay, 2 failure, 1 threat. Yay, nice to know I've started out. 3 white, 1 dark.
Looks like the light side is with you that time.
Yeah.
Thank God.
3 advantage, 1 blank. Oh, thank God. 3 success, 2 more advantage. So, 2 successes would wipe out the 2 failures. So let's change that. 2 and advantage. It's just a single advantage. There it is. Okay. And then we'll remove that. And then that advantage and that threat would wipe each other out. And then that leaves me with 1 success, 4 advantages, 3 white, 1 dark.
Okay, so from your perspective, this being is trying to gain someone to its side. And is currently basically trying to force one of you to turn.
Does that mean as my action I can say, Kayana's right, this guy wants us to turn on each other. We need to stay together as a family. Under no circumstances believe anything he says.
And it doesn't seem to be actually physically there. Has no physical presence.
And I'll say this particularly to Garm, this is a spirit. It is not a person. And he's going to bullshit you. I don't know if Martin's going to make me roll leadership on that, but that's
basically that's giving them a chance to do stuff.
Okay, yeah.
And you did get bonuses for it.
Okay.
Next up is Khalid. What does Khalid do?
I was going to say, how can
Okay, I am going into a defensive stance as a maneuver.
It's as convincing as the others want them to be at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I am actually going to use the other advantage of intimidation, because I can believe he's going to try to coerce us, and also act fearsome.
So you want to try to make it more fearful of you?
No, I think I'll probably be immune to that. I'll just stick with the intimidation.
So you wish to try to intimidate it?
No, basically I'm using my intimidation to make his using the intimidation, the other part of when a character is targeted by
Ross,
collusion.
that is not your action. That is a reaction. What is your action?
Oh, okay.
When someone's intimidating you is when it kicks in. You cannot say, I'm doing this now, because he's not intimidating you at the moment, which means the next time he goes to intimidate you, you've already used it.
Fair enough.
And you would take strain for activating it at the time you say you're doing it.
Yeah.
People are a little...
But I will go into a defensive stance, just in case he gets attacked. So that's a maneuver.
I'm guessing you were a little bit...
I was giving them a chance to choose what they wanted to do before I gave them suggestions.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to give player agency and not have other people tell them what to do.
Sorry. I just sound like Ross was...
Trying to work out how to build up my own courage.
Yeah, I was trying to think the same thing, and I think Kesley was having the same sort of conundrum.
Yeah.
Okay, what I'll do is start quoting the Mandalorian code,
Oh,
focusing on that.
okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's a good
I will give you a discipline check, and you get an extra blue for quoting the Mandalorian code. So that means for you that is
Good
sorry.
idea.
It is discipline is 2 green, 2 blue versus 2 purple.
Okay, so I've got the blue for the Mandalorian code, the boost from Kesley's,
Yep, and
2 green.
that's the only blue. So
Yeah, okay, that's why
and
I
2
was
green.
checking.
Yep, versus 2 purple.
And then 2 purple.
That was a good call. Let's see how it goes.
It was a really good call.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I did not roll well. I just got you an advantage. That's it. So there's 2 threat, 3 advantages, 2 blank.
Okay.
Okay.
I apologise for not rolling well.
Okay,
Damn,
so
you're right.
it doesn't seem to be working too well on you as you see Khalid starting to crack under the code, getting the code wrong and out of order.
So maybe we need to remind him. Oh well, I can't
Sounds
do my
like
turn.
maybe
but
some voices need to join in.
yeah,
Which
I
brings
think this
us
might
to
become a
Ash.
Bayar moment with Mandalorian code.
So I've got a email. So are we doing relationship checks now? Or?
No. So
What do you do?
Khalid, we're all facing this guy. Khalid has
Yeah.
started reciting the Mandalorian code to reinforce our
Bond
together because I've told the group this guy's trying to turn us against each other
We need
and
to
we
work
need to
together.
stick to our values and stick to family. So Kesley's done a leadership to remind us to stick together and be family. I've done a
Figured
sense
out.
check to figure out what his motive is and found out that he's trying to bullshit us and turn us. Khalid's gone, well, we need to stick to our code and remind us of our honour. But I rolled badly, so he's struggling to remember that, so he needs some help remembering.
Possibly.
So it's up to you to decide what you want to do.
Okay. Based on my essay, where I talked about how I let me finish this. This is a good reason behind this. How I realised that what Theo was showing me was actual leadership, not actual micromanaging, which I thought it was originally, and I realised that she does mean well for the group, and I didn't see originally, but I feel now with her leadership, I'm a stronger person and more action as a team, not as an individual kind of thing. So I was going to use that in my leadership to show that I've grown fond of my new family kind of thing from my previous.
Okay, so I will give you a leadership check then.
Okay. Because it's the only skill I've got there that looks good. So I've got
You're
yellow, 2 green and 2 blue. And I've also got inspiring leadership, inspiring rhetoric, and kill with kindness.
Kill with kindness is what gives you your 2 blue.
Yep.
And you're currently inspiring them with leadership or rhetoric, as you're not giving them bonuses. But you do get, so it is 1 yellow, 2 green, 3 blue for adding the player hunter
boost.
bonus.
Yeah, okay.
And it is up against 3 purple. As you're also fighting against the influence of the Sith.
Okay, 3 threat, 1 failure, 1 blank. One advantage, 2 blank, and... Ooh, good. 3 successes, 1 advantage. So, one of those goes... That advantage and that success failure count each other out. So you end up with 1 threat. Let's go with that. And 2 successes.
Okay, so that means we do come down to Garm to see if everything is sorted out in 1 round.
Did you learn the Mandalorian Code of Honor while you became a Mandalorian during...
It's coming up the end. You're seeing...
Did the 12-year-olds beat
looks
it
like
into you?
Khaled's starting to
They
crack
would've.
under the pressure of everything. You are hearing whispers.
My character at this point,
They are saying it's just a spirit of something, not really there.
no, Garm, have you still got your hand on me?
Yeah.
Okay. I move back. If you're holding me, I flip myself out of my jacket. So you're now holding a jacket. And I move back around behind the sarcophagus. And I stand there watching this guy.
Okay.
That's basically what my character does.
I'm going to give you a stealth roll. Trying not to be noticed by the spirit.
No, I'm not stealthy.
You're not stealthy?
No.
Okay.
Well, because again, I've chucked off my jacket.
Can he get
Then
out of
I
my
shall
hold?
I shall make it a cool check.
Cool check?
Because you are trying not to succumb to the influence of another.
Well, is he?
Well,
We shall find out.
1, 2...
not really.
I wish I had a cool
what's
check.
his cool?
My cool's a lot better than my bloody
He
discipline.
has 6 green for his cool.
And what's that up against?
6 green, he's up against 3 purple,
Plus the blue from Kesley?
plus the blue from Kesley. And Garm may choose to re-roll any dice from this check.
Oh, great. So this is the fond check.
Oh,
Because you are a natural negotiator, and this is one of your once per session abilities.
That makes sense.
You can do that on call or negotiation.
Okay, so there's one for...
As you're hearing this thing whispering
2,
promises to you.
Oh, no. No, straight away, yeah, my character's like, yeah, fuck off, no chance. No.
Well, I don't know. For some reason I've rolled really well. Maybe it's because they really want Scum to stay as their family. So, I did get 1 failure, which is counted out by that success. I got 2, 4, 6 successes. I got 6 advantages, 2 of which count out those 2 threats, leaving you with 6 successes and 4 advantage.
Nice.
Shit.
Okay.
You're very much
It's
like,
because-
nope.
No chance.
I don't want Garm to leave our family.
Though it was interesting having it try to talk to you as you keep pushing it out of your mind. You didn't even get to hear a single word as you kept going, nope, nope, no,
Nope.
nope, no, nope, and nope.
Well, I think the reason he
I like
doesn't
how-
want any part of this is because he just doesn't want to believe in this shit,
I
not
like
because
how-
he believes in our family.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's definitely not the heroic,
Yeah.
I will resist you
Yeah.
kind of thing.
No,
It's more
no.
just like, I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like the Jehovah Witness came to the door and he's like, nah, shutting the door.
So-
No, the Jehovah Witness, you can see him walking up the path
Yeah.
and he's closed all the curtains and he's pretending he's not home.
Exactly.
Or you just wait till he's at the door and just slam it.
Yeah, no, he's literally, because he said he wanted to stealth originally and he wants to hide behind the sarcophagi.
So as you're watching, you can feel the air around you crackling with energy, as if before a great storm. Visions flit around you on the edge of perception, and the shadowy figure of the Sith Lord seemed to be reaching towards you as if struggling against a gale. Suddenly the tome illuminates with a soft flash of white light. As the light dies and you struggle to focus your eyes, you see the figure has vanished and the tome around you is just a room. A room that no longer has any power over you any longer.
That said,
And as you're looking, Thea and Kayana can see a glowing portal behind the tomb of white light.
okay. How, if I want to try and repair some faith of Garm in at least us, I will walk over to him. I don't know how long this portal's going to last, but I'll walk over
Nope.
to him.
I've got my hands up and I'm moving away from you.
I'm holding out your jacket to you.
Nope.
to
Put it
return
down.
it
That's
to
fine.
you.
Yep. Don't need it back. It's all good.
Alright, I'm at a point. Don't be a child.
I'm not. I'm fine. It's all good. Just leave it there. I can do without it.
I don't know what I roll for this, Martin, but yeah, basically I'm going to talk to him like a parent. You need to grow
Okay,
up.
that would be a leadership check.
Yep.
Can Ash?
He needs some
Ash
hard leadership now. Like,
with a
he
comment
needs the
on
I'm not
just-
taking any shit leader.
Yes, you can back up. I will give Ariadna a boost dice for Ash backing up.
So it's 2 and
Ash had to
2.
learn this as well. Of like,
Can I just put a quick saying in there just for Ash's back up? I just look at Gail and say, look, you don't want to wrestle a banter, but sometimes you have to, okay? Just think about it like that.
Really?
Okay?
Put my hand on
Okay,
the
I thought
light
that's
foil.
the most inappropriate kind of
Activate it?
comment, yeah,
What do you mean?
Yeah.
2 yellow, 2 green, 1 blue against. Garm?
Again.
He's probably got a shitload of dice from what I can tell.
Well, currently I'm going to say it is against 3 purple. Because that is the extent of the problem in the tomb.
That's not good for me.
But Garm can choose how he takes it, depending on how you resolve it.
3. So purple is 2 failure, 2 threat. Ah!
You might want to reroll your green.
I don't know, it's a success. It's double success.
Well, it's rerolled, so yes.
Okay, so those 2 successes and those 2 failure rule each other out.
I have a question
Those
about
2
the
advantages
portal
rule
one
out that. That leaves me with 2 success, 2 advantage, and a blank.
So yes, Garm would find it very comforting.
I don't.
It's all Ash's word about the banter,
It's-
I'm pretty sure it was. So, yeah.
It basically it is taking probably the edge off, not the everything's going to be okay.
No, I'm not telling him everything's going to be okay.
That's what I
I'm
said.
like, this is the situation we're in. I can't fix that. You're stuck with us right now.
Yes.
We have to face this.
Yes.
And you have to face the reality of
Yes.
the situation.
I do.
No one likes this. I get that you need time, but if we want to live through this, we have to stick together.
Yes.
And
Just don't come near me. Keep away from me.
at least
And
you
Ash
did
put out a
Jack.
fist.
Put it down and I'll come pick it up.
No? Okay, cool. Just if you need a hug, just let me know.
I'm going to roll my eyes up to the ceiling. I was like, I have not seen more 10-year-old behaviour. The foundlings are more mature than this.
They did beat me up.
All right.
Well, thing is dealing with Garm. This portal in particular, does it look familiar
Yeah.
to that wall
It does.
energy? And so, like, that's when Kayana will kind of just like look at Thea and just like, hey, this is.
Yeah.
This is.
I don't have any more time for you to be a child. Ash, make sure he stays with us. We go through the portal.
In addition to wrestling banter, maybe you don't have to do it individually, you do it as a team.
And then you watch as Thea and Kayana walk through a stone wall.
Just wanted to slightly amend this. Ash, Khalid, keep an eye on him. Keep him with us. That way.
I feel downtrodden.
before we do
No, but you and Khalid, Khalid's an enforcer, and you're the muscle. Perfect. You two between Garm, if he decides he doesn't want to walk, one under each arm, and he walks on air.
Before we, like, me and Thea were the, like, we don't know that they can't see the portal.
Yeah.
Before we walk through, I will kind of just,
Yeah.
like, eye contact. Like, we're telekinetically talking
Yeah.
through,
Telepathically.
through, yes,
Body language.
through body language.
I'm throwing things at her.
Is this something that this is a Thea thing, or is this the whole group goes together
Do
thing?
I get a sense that this is still a family thing, or just for us? I feel like we've all passed this test we should all walk through. But
You're thinking only those who fully pass the test get to go through.
So only those
okay.
who see the portal can
all
go
right,
through.
well then I won't instruct them to follow us through. I'll just instruct
It'll be
them.
quite funny as pook.
I'll instruct Khalid and Ash to remain here with Garm and to not let him leave or go off by himself. And not to leave this room. Don't touch anything. Do not open that sarcophagus. Just stay here. There is a portal you guys probably can't see. Like
one that we went into when we were on fill-in planet's name when I look up the session with the berserker droid
This was like
things.
50 sessions ago.
I don't think not berserker droids.
This is a while
The
ago.
super droids.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Because I'm pretty sure it's
neither of them. Well, technically, Khalid can't remember the reference, but they've heard of portals and stuff like that to do with the founders. So I'll just say this is a founders portal. And then Garm will go even more crazy as Kayana and I disappear.
Yeah, as they seem to just walk right through a stone wall.
Okay, continuing the Mandalorian oath.
Okay, so
Can I explain how to wrestle a bantha while we was waiting for the other to come back?
you can.
Absolutely.
As I pick up my jacket and put it back on again.
I feel like out of spite I should have held on to your jacket, but I'm not that spiteful. So
Okay, so you see a.
I'll have left it on something.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Martin.
It's okay. So the two of you who walk through the portal, you see before you what appears to be a cave full of kyber crystals. And we shall see if
More than one of us is getting a lightsaber.
and we shall see if Kayana has been chosen. She gets to make a lore roll.
Okay, what's
What-
your lore?
Lore roll,
Lore?
which is a yellow and a 2 green versus 2 purple.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, 1 yellow, 2 green. That's not bad.
Looks good. 1 success. Sorry, 1 failure, 1 threat. 3 successes, 1 advantage. 1 success and
It's 2
1
successes total.
failure rule the failure out. 1 advantage, 1 threat, rule that out and leave you with 2 success.
Yep.
So I rolled well this time.
Okay, so Kayana gains herself a crystal and 4 sensitivity. As now we move over to
Knowing, and I'm not going to say it, but knowing discussions that have been said over time, that is interesting.
Mhm.
But I'm not going to be a spoiler.
And Thea now gets to do a sense roll. 3 yellow, 3 blue, 3 white.
Oh, I forgot that's all the dice.
Versus 2 purple.
Blue. Take out the green. Split this whole roll up into bits because. So it was 3 yellow,
3 blue,
3
3
white,
white.
2 purple. Alright, 1 failure, 1 blank. 2 white, 3 dark. Two success, 2 advantage. Two more success, 3 more advantages. So let's go that success and that failure count each other out. That leaves me with a total of 3 successes, 4 advantage, plus 2 white and 3 dark.
You can spend 2 white at this point to get yourself a bonus.
I will get myself a bonus.
Okay. Okay, so Thea finds herself 2 crystals.
Ooh. Make yourself one of those double-ended lightsabers.
Yeah.
I was looking to have 2 lightsabers, so, technically I have the pieces for 1 and crystals for...
3, 4.
It depends on what happened to my other lightsaber, which is currently locked away.
Okay, and Thea also gets a vision
Oh,
of a group of Mandalorians wearing the crest without the Crusader badge.
So just Starwing.
and being led by the founder,
So the Starwing Dragon.
Starwing Dragon himself, and him boosting the clan against the Sith Lord here, taking him down as a concerted effort, directed by the founder. Basically showing you battle meditation power where you get to enhance all those around you in combat. A very rare skill amongst the Jedi. And the Sith.
It's a shame I can't do
Is
it
it
to
like
convince
that
Garm that I'm
dude
not
from,
crazy.
What's the
Problem is, he knows you're not.
one with Jaina Issa?
That's the problem.
What's her name?
I get that he's
I
struggling.
can't remember.
It's used in the Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah.
And it's also seen as something that you can fall to the dark side with.
Yeah. I seen the blind
So,
dude from the
I might be
line
dark
where
side yet.
they're on the.
Okay, Rogue One.
Yes.
I came by
Thank you. Thank
He
you.
doesn't use that because he's not
No.
directing everyone else.
Okay.
It's more he's moving himself without being hit. Whereas this one is you can enhance those around you to be better.
Gotcha. So it's more just
Everyone becomes more effective when you use it.
cool. Cool. I like that.
It is actually very much the kind of power Thea would wish. It would be
Mhm.
something to help her clan, rather than just help herself.
And you feel as if this was the test.
This is the test. We don't have to spend another 25 days here. We just have to get ourselves somehow back to
This is where
the
we
lodge.
can chill at the Hunter's Lodge.
You can chill at the Hunter's Lodge for the rest of your time and meditate on it all.
And meditate.
And try to understand it.
And yeah.
I'm sure Kayana will now have a bunch of questions that Thea definitely just doesn't have the answers for, but she's gonna ask anyway.
Yeah, look, I have a lot of the answers in the Founder's book.
Yeah.
So it'd be a case of having to share.
And,
I would assume
and
I'm-
you realise that the valley was dedicated to the founder, not to the Sith.
Okay.
And they use it as a prison
Okay. And they
Gotcha.
use it as a prison for that spirit.
for that spirit,
Yeah,
because
educated.
basically it was left here for later as a test.
Okay. And has the spirit dissipated now that a test has been done, or will it test others?
It may return in 100 years or so.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, it's a good thing to keep in mind and put into the Founder's book as additional knowledge. Somebody should probably know.
You wouldn't want to write down the details of it because that can invalidate the test.
Yeah.
Oh.
Knowing the test means you don't take the test.
Yeah.
You've already failed.
Okay. All right. Well, then I won't write it down. I just kind of meant that people should be aware that a Sith spirit might return here. But, if you say it like that, then yes, that does defeat the purpose of the test. And look, I'm just having the vision right now. I ain't written down nothing.
And hey, Garm, Khalid, and Ash could have succeeded all the way through.
They could have. Unfortunately, their fear checks did not work out for them.
But Kayana did succeed all the way through.
Not actually surprised about that.
Yeah, well, highly unlikely due to the fact that we've got 2 green versus a lot of red.
Exactly, that's the thing.
But again, that is the choice the players have made. Not being told what was going to happen. You can't actually plan for the future if you don't know what's going to be done to you.
Yeah.
And if you do know what's going to be done to you, then you're not playing the game.
Yeah.
Reciting the Mandalorian Code was
a good call.
Stroke of inspiration, and
I
Dave's going to report
was going to
that.
go down that path, but I forgot it's discipline based, not cool based.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to go to cool.
Mandalorian Code is all about sticking together and
Yeah.
what the clan is about.
That was a good
And
call.
it's the discipline of trying to keep it together
Yeah.
was the actual thing you were trying to do.
I liked it.
Because it would have been trying to insert errors into your reciting at every opportunity.
Yeah.
Inspiring people like Ash and Kesley did was helpful to the group in the sense of trying to keep up our bondedness, for lack of a
So
word.
The other options it did have for you here were attempting to discern the nature of it by doing a knowledge law.
Okay.
You've had multiple people do the discipline check where you're trying to focus on not paying attention to it at all in any way. There was to inspire the group around you, which was leadership.
Yep.
There was an ability to use sense to try to understand it, or vigilance to try to notice stuff. But you sort of needed to be force sensitive to be able to do that.
Gotcha.
There was a perception check to try to discern what you can of it without listening to it. There was a control check to actually attack it through the force.
Oh, but that would,
Basically
again would need
yeah.
a force sensitivity.
There was the ability to actually attack it, which gave you absolutely no bonus.
Okay.
Basically, because you couldn't actually. The
It-
more you
it wasn't
attacked it, the
physical.
worse came for you.
Yeah.
Because you were literally succumbing to the dark side to attack first.
Yeah. Succumbing
Uh,
to fear. Succumbing to.
And then there were a few things
Wrath.
about trying to mess up the chamber, which technically wasn't the best solution, but there were rules here for trying to destroy the sarcophagus, destroy the statues, technically bringing the house down on top of yourselves.
Hmm.
Yeah, that sounds like a winning proposition.
Yeah, it wasn't the best options, but it was there. Okay, so your characters will have no problems making it out, as the force that was twisting the creatures and making them come after people will have dissipated, and they'll be spreading out from here.
Oh, okay.
Not actually seeking people.
That's interesting too.
Garm sticks to himself and is very quiet.
And you seem to have a quiet walk back, not sensing anything in the immediate surroundings.
I sense this is a time to give Gum space.
As you get a nice quiet walk back along the riverbank back to the lodge, and at which point Thea will have seen that there's an extra 2 containers in her room.
No, open container number 1.
Container number 1 contains a familiar disassembled lightsaber.
Okay, yep. So the one that had the red kyber in it.
And number 2 doesn't seem to open to your touch.
Okay, I presume this is the lightsaber bits for Kayana. And I will go out and I'll use my comms to tell her to come into my quarters
There's
privately.
also a instruction book in the one you've got.
Okay, what does the instruction book look like as I skim through it?
It is the walkthrough on how to build a lightsaber.
Build a lightsaber. Okay. So, comms kind of in.
Yep.
I'm fairly well assured that there's no one that can listen in. We checked for that last time.
Looks like it will take you most of the month to do so.
So I hand her a box and I say, this is going to need your DNA to scan in. It's going to contain the pieces of what is known as a lightsaber, which the space wizards, Jedi / Sith use. This instruction booklet will help us figure out how to put it together. I suggest over the next coming days we sit together and do this together.
Absolutely. So, I open the box, or try to open the box, and
It does open.
opens to me, and then has.
Now looking inside, there's probably enough parts amongst all 3 boxes to build 6 lightsabers.
Cool.
But
Okay.
it's basically a what are you building is based on your selections as you go.
It gives us individuality in the sense of options.
So you're not just recreating someone else's saber, you're choosing the components that
It's-
match your
yeah.
own.
Matching components that match your fighting style.
And you do get the idea that you basically would be putting all 3 containers together.
As a joke, as players, I think I should put together a circular one like the Inquisitors, but it looks like Starwing Clans. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to build a circular lightsaber. We've already talked at length with Martin about how poor a choice it would be in terms of design. That said, yeah, we'll put together
Cool.
something that suits our preferences. You can probably talk about that outside a game.
Yeah, absolutely.
What
And
looks
it
like.
does get the idea that Kyan will be taken on as Thea's apprentice in that respect.
Ooh.
There can be only two. And we can literally decapitate everybody else. I'm not mixing Highlander world stuff with, Star Wars stuff. Do I get a notion that these parts, extra parts and things like that, they're just meant as spares and options? They're the kind of things you would keep for repairs and stuff like that? Or
No, you would
I
basically-
return them
you
once
would,
we
You'd
finish?
return them once you finish.
Yeah, cool. Because I'm fairly sure in terms of repairs and things like that, there wouldn't be a lot of interchangeable parts.
Each thing would change the feel and look.
Okay, cool.
And
Alright.
this way you make something that is unique to both of you.
That makes sense. So we've got something to do. I'm not sure what the other three are going to be doing.
They're going to be relaxing in their own way, trying to find peace.
I think despite the fact that we've got the lightsabers, I'll definitely spend time with the group because I'm aware that I'm still responsible for leading them. And I need to try and get this one to actually interact with me because it's going to be really hard to do missions if he stays on.
Yeah, Kayana would be
I'm sure there'll be comments of don't lose your head over it.
yeah, Kayana is not necessarily the comforting one all the time,
I
but
think sorry.
yeah, I would say she'd be talking with both Ash, Carlin,
All of them.
and Berboom just about like what she can share, what she feels that she can share in terms of how we made sense of this, how we passed and proved ourselves as a group, and just kind of sticking to the whole, this goes to show how important it was that we do stick together and blah 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 blah, all that other nonsense. She'll even talk to Garn from time to time, but understands that Thea is the one doing most of the trying to convince.
Well, no, I'm
where
not trying to
possible.
convince. I'll talk to all three as a group. Basically, tell them.
Gentle
answer any
convincing.
questions.
It's not necessarily trying to make you change who you are, but just like helping you see how.
Gum doesn't seem interested in talking to you much.
Yeah.
Well, because they walk through walls.
Is there any way that we can get a sense of why you're so upset
My
by
character
this?
is
Were you
freaked
part
the
of that?
fuck out. He is so fucking
But
freaked
what
out. It's
kind
not
of things
funny.
would assure your character?
I have no idea.
Because that's what they're
That's what
trying
we'd
to
be
figure
spending
out.
the next month trying to do. Is
Yeah.
trying to
My
do
character's not
Figuring
hanging
out
around.
how.
My character pretty much straight away hands back the light foil, hands back the sword, goes to the front desk and says, "I want to leave early.
I don't think
This
he
is the
can.
time that I want to go home. I want
Is
to
he allowed to leave early?
completely rejig my my return.
He can, but it'll probably take you most of that month to get home.
That's fine.
Yeah, having to, beg, borrow.
Can I
and-
have one more go at trying to convince him to stay?
Well, if he wants to go,
I'm not sure how you would be able to though.
Passion.
The fact that you probably have to pay to get back.
No, I'm looking to just change the business class travel that I have, and if I've got to downgrade to economy, fine. I'm happy with that.
Well, this.
Basically, at this point, my character just goes, "This is too much for me. I'm out."
Well, I see this as like I've failed at leadership. So I failed at keeping a friend. I failed at keeping you in a family. So this is more an impassioned sort of, at least give it a chance. Give yourself time to process. Don't run away from this.
It sounds like I've got a month.
Why not spend that?
Well,
month?
the other thing is, just think of the other side. you have a month that you're not doing anything that's to do with your organisation. So de-stress from being in your organisation for at least a month
I guess
should be
part of
helpful for your sanity.
part of my argument will be, if you want to help the rebellion, one of the best ways to help the rebellion, well, you aligned yourself with us because we were able to help accomplish that, and with this progression in our capacity to fight, we are more able to help you achieve your goals, more able than we ever were. But you have to give it a chance.
Almost universally, my character does not want to talk to you. You freak
That's
him out.
the plea that I'm
You
making.
absolutely freak him out.
Can Ash, like, just, you know, just to see how you're going after all things, just pop in and just say, hey, you okay? And I'm just a general kind of concern.
Yeah,
So,
more than happy to talk to either of the two of you.
yeah, so Ash will just go, you're
Less
okay,
basic.
you know, and just make sure you're okay. And if I find that you just feel like you need to be away from things,
I just feel like if Garm actually leaves, like, early, Theo's going to consider herself as having failed all over again.
Well, you've got yourself an apprentice. You're doing well.
No,
No,
because it's
Fucking
not.
us.
It's about keeping everybody together.
We didn't manage to keep everyone together. We didn't manage to
Anyway.
overcome your fear. We didn't manage to gain your trust.
And what was Mark
What
saying?
trust we had is...
Yeah. So
there.
if I've had a chat to Garm and I feel that he's really fucked him around a bit. I'm sorry, pardon this. Sorry. Really kind of...
Van Ferricked him?
Yeah, that's the best word, I think the word for it, because the F word didn't sound perfect for it. But I'll just go, look, hey, look, if you're going to head off, do you mind if I join you? Because I'd like to learn more about where you came from. And I know you're not a Mandalorian, and you come from a different background. You didn't want to just hang around with you, just make sure you're okay afterwards. I don't want you to kind of...
So, Mark, you would consider him a Mandalorian because
I got my helmet.
he technically was given a helmet by the clan. Mandalorian is not a people, it's a belief.
But I am new to it. And
No, look, I mean, I know what you're getting at, man. I'm going to have a different...
It's sort of, if you call someone not a Mandalorian, you've basically dishonored him.
No.
If you
No,
say, what I'm getting at is if you call him not a Mandalorian, then technically he's no longer a Mandalorian
Maybe
in your
Mark's
eyes.
still trying to figure out his words. He
Yeah.
hasn't quite got them.
Yes.
That's
So
why
what
I'm
I'll-
pointing
what
that
I'm-
out specifically.
I'm not saying it out loud. I'm thinking it internally, but I'm just saying I know that he's just new to this whole Mandalorian thing, and I feel that I just, from a different background, I thought I just want to make sure he's okay, and if he decides to go down to his old town or whatever, I'll join him. I'll let Thea and Kayana know. I'll say, look, hey, look, I'm just going to just keep an eye on, thing, and just leave it with me, and we'll meet back up at a later stage kind of thing.
From Thea's perspective, this is absolute flat. The lightsaber means nothing. She'd give them both away. She doesn't. They mean nothing in comparison to losing not one but two families.
And I said, and if you say that to me, Griff,
Their faith and their trust.
Yeah, I said, you're not losing me. I just want to make sure I keep them on member of our team because we are a team. So can you just...
Okay.
Yeah, and
So
I
it's
have a
not-
suggestion.
Okay, Ross, let Ross have a go.
Yeah,
Okay, let's go for a long stroll. Let's go for a camp. A camp in the wilderness where we can forget about everything else and just worry about surviving.
As far as I know,
It'll get our mind off everything.
Garm is not a camping person, and he's like, I'm pretty sure he's not even going to listen to anyone. So, yeah, that
But
said,
the other thing is, you are not running away from anything.
you can't stop him.
Currently, you're going to be running away from yourself.
Don't
I
know.
believe
That's-
you are actually supposed to be standing for the rebellion. So would the rebellion run away from this?
yes! Yes!
You'll be letting yourself down and everybody that you put your trust into down.
I will.
What?
So, in terms of role playing, I will
You're
say this.
running away
So,
from everything.
In terms of actual role playing, as you're leaving or whatever, Thea will say, I know you don't want to listen to me, but I'm within walking distance and we've got an hour. I'm sorry I haven't gained enough faith and trust from you for you to be able to get through this with us. I hope one day you will, and I hope you will return. That's it. And I'll let you leave.
so do you let
Ash
go as well? Would you acknowledge Ash going?
If Kiana is with Thea, she would reassure that we could trust Ash to return. And
What
keep an
Ash
eye-
decides to do is up to Ash.
Yeah. Kiana trusts Ash to return and to, like, not necessarily keep an eye on Garm, but, like, just be a good support should Garm want it.
It's not that I don't lack faith in all of that, it's just the whole principle of...
No, it's not about, like, Ash going, it's about, like, Ash supporting and being part of the support.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that
With
or
that
object
in
to that.
mind, do you suggest that Carl would also go because
I would almost...
Garm has seen support in both of those at this stage?
I would almost ask Scarlet if he would like to go with Ash and Garm.
I don't know if Garm's going to accept both of them with him.
Well, they're ablative armor.
We
He likes his ablative armor. And they're the two strongest ones that he is currently attached to.
It also divides us in a way that I don't know that we can recover, but I can't stop anyone.
This is making a choice instead of letting it happen, is what I'm pointing out.
Well, not
Yes.
making a choice is a choice.
Choosing to do something to assist the group instead of just letting it
the
happen
group
is two different choices.
They are.
Yes.
Certainly. Very much so.
One's being proactive, one's being reactive. I'm just asking, is Thea being the proactive one and
Well,
suggesting...
look, Thea is looking at it at this point. He's shown right now absolutely... talking at him is not going to convince him. Obviously, he needs time and distance. If
Can you scroll down a little bit for me? Just
Ash
Thanks.
and Khalid want to accompany him, should Garm even accept their accompaniment, is something that I would support as good ideas from them in terms of at least making sure he's
I agree.
protected.
If Khalid wants to join or stay with us, his choice, and then same with Ash. If he wants to go with Garm or stay with us, his choice.
Yeah, the only reason I'm like, I wouldn't stop them is because I don't know if Garm would even accept them.
Well, we have to let them ask first.
That's Thea's one.
Well, Ash has already
I
asked.
just wanted to see what was actually available as a skill.
And Khalid going is also...
So,
I would hope.
Yeah, and Ash would say to you, Thea, and if you're around there, I'll just say, look, after I wrote my 10,000 word essay, I felt that I lacked that skill to help out the team when needed. I feel this is an opportunity for me to show this.
yeah.
And I look at both of you with the most sincere look I've ever seen from Ash. Okay? So I'm using this as to make me
Trust
Stronger.
just purely not, I don't want to be purely the muscle. I don't want to be the muscle every time. And I say it out loud.
I
Okay?
think this is a step in the right direction.
Yes.
My main concern is that this was supposed to be an experience that brought the group together, not split it apart. However, not being able to control all of those things, it is best if Garm is going to accept your presence and even Khalid's presence. Well, then
I'll say to you when you
he's
say that, I'll
safer
say,
with it, and it's a
we all have specialised skills in certain areas, and I'll look at both you and Kiara as you have more willpower than some of us do, or have more kind of, well, we might specialise in different areas like flying and things that I've been brought up with, and what I say what Carla's been brought up with. And I said that's what makes us a great team, because each of us brings something to the table. So don't feel that if you two went through and whatever you did in the White Circle, which I don't think you told us yet.
Look, given the chance, aside from being sort of drawn off topic by the fact that Garm's having this
existential crisis.
Yeah, it's a good way of describing it. Freak out, I was going to say, because that's what he was describing it as. So, given the opportunity, I would have both told you what I felt was safe for you to know about the experience, which is we found crystals as per is the way of space wizards, for lack of better description. I don't want to say Jedi, I'll say Force users.
Disciples of the Founder.
I did say earlier that if you guys had any questions, I would answer which questions that I could. So if you're like, what is the Force? I'll do my best to explain that.
Because I've got a 5 intelligence and I've got 5 brains and Sith lore, would I have a good knowledge of that one without having to roll or not?
If you've got greens, you've never actually studied it. You're just intuitive at it. So yellow represents study. If you've got no ranks, you've never actually encountered the subject.
Yeah, I would be only aware of any criminal influence that the Sith had.
So I
no
would
ranks, but
I would tell you that we've found these crystals, that this is part of something that all Force users who pass these kind of tests would get. This is the way of the Founder in terms of what the Founder would want for people with our abilities. That when we're discovered with these abilities, as all Mandalorians, we're trained to use them to contribute to the clan as best we can, whether that's as warriors, healers, strategists, whatever the like Ash is saying, we all have our specialised skills, and this would become a specialisation.
I'll say out loud, in the past with those sort of things, if I saw something like that, what I saw, which I believe Garn saw, I would have pulled out the sidewinder and blasted the shit out of everything. But I've learned that things happen for reasons, and while I tried myself to hold myself together, I was scared. I was honest about it. So I was like, I think I'm going to, if that's okay with you, I'd like to just be there.
Look, I think some time is definitely needed. Definitely, unfortunately, distance. Just because I wanted this to bring us closer as family doesn't.
In a way, it has brought a lot of you together, because each of you has taken on different skills.
Yeah.
And most of you are not taking on the skills you're used to taking on.
Very true. We've got to learn again.
And Garm is taking a step down from being the one saying to do everything.
The guy that appears to be negotiating everything is now like, nope.
It's like
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like some of that's on me, because Thayer's the sort of person who takes on responsibility for both the mental health and the physical health of her team.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and if they're injured,
by sending other people with Garm, it means that he has a mental support.
And that's why I'm happy for them to go with
And I'll also send Brum Brum Crash along.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, this is if Garm accepts.
A little bit of me's worried about the division in our clan now,
That's the only thing I asked, okay?
It's not necessarily
We won't be flying the ship because somebody else will be flying.
Yes.
We're the passengers.
It can be seen as us
delegation.
Yay, passengers.
So you get to be passengers in the economy seat, taking your time, seeing the sights.
XR-24 is the pilot.
Waiting for the various ships to go through their extremely painful docking procedures. Of nope, back, trying again, nope, trying again, nope, not trying again.
Okay, so that's going to frustrate Ash and Broom Broom.
Ash is on his best behaviour, just to let you know right now.
No, Ash is probably half tanked, so he can't pay attention.
Ash is not drinking. Ash is turn over new leaf. Old Ash would drink himself stupid. Ash is just using his frustration on a boom boom. Okay. So.
Piper who has a drinking problem, not
Okay, so you're playing chess.
Well, every time they don't drop properly, I have to punch boom boom slightly on his shoulder. So.
Okay, so
No, you can punch
So
him
Broom
hard.
Broom's
He
now
doesn't
got a
need
broken
more
arm.
dice.
Not yet. No. They can heal pretty quickly, I'm pretty sure.
And after close to a month's travel, you find yourselves finally reaching Elrood and back at the clan. As we will pick up next session with what happens when the elders arrive.
Alright.
Well, before we do that,
Mm-hmm.
what I'd like to do is the interaction between me and the two Mandalorians.
Mm-hmm.
Three. Broom Broom's a Mandalorian too.
Well,
He's not here.
he's
at the
not
moment,
here,
though.
but yeah.
These are passed out. These are fainted from piloting checks.
Probably for the first week, 2 weeks, whatever it is of the travel, Gum's very quiet, doesn't really deal with, and he's a people person, so
It's odd for
it's
him
very,
to
very
be
strange or very not something you'd expect from him,
out
really.
of character for him.
Yep. But after that, he sort of comes out of it a little bit. Opens up to the fact that obviously he was absolutely freaked out about pretty much everything that happened in that temple. And he never wants to have that shit ever happen again. He wants nothing to do with it. He doesn't want it anywhere near him ever. So how do the two of you, if at all, reply to that?
So you want to see something else that's freaky?
Not really, no.
That's got nothing to do with what you're seeing, but
No.
just as freaky.
Nope.
It will actually change your mind about everything is freaky in this world.
No, I don't really want to know anything that's freaky at the moment, thank you. I don't think I could handle it at the moment.
Fragile
Do
mind.
you want something that will actually get rid of all your stress and that? Just calm your mind and that.
Are you
have a
suggesting
look at-
drugs?
No, not golf. Maybe. I was more like going to
Become your
the
blade.
senior side of using streetwise and underworld knowledge to relax him. 'Cause I don't believe he's actually seen that part.
What, you want to introduce him to the shady side of the space travel?
The adventurous side.
Oh, my character's a trader. He's aware of stuff that goes on.
You're not naive.
No.
He's not naive and he has traded for many things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've dealt with...
I'm trying to... Okay, I'll assess what his level of streetwise and underworld would be during the week that... Well, during that we're together.
Now, I'm not sure...
And then we can probably do networking.
Now, so how would I have been in the Death Watch? Would have been old enough to be on Mandalorian stage, or that I'm too young for that?
You may never have been on Mandalore.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to see if my story would match out. Okay, so I'll just recount some stories of my Death Watch days where it wasn't nice and how I got bullied around a lot and things like that. Because they only used me for my brute, not for anything else, and how that. Yeah, I saw a lot of stuff that I wish I didn't see. Sometimes I can't explain it, but it's what the us going out in this outer space stuff sometimes happen. Unfortunately, it scares me, as well. And but I know that if I have people around I can trust, it feels a bit better sometimes. So I'm not sure if that's going to help Gun, but it's for me, person who has a huge gun just doesn't look scared any time they're firing, but things like that, like I saw what you saw and it wasn't, I don't know, but I can't explain it 100%, but sometimes I just trust my colleagues to put me in the right direction sometimes. It makes sense. So.
I guess you're saying family and having family to trust helps you get through the weird shit in this world. Would that be right?
And I said I saw a lot in Death Watch that I don't think any of these people are saying. I'm just going to...
And in instance, Mark, your character will have worked directly for the Empire.
Yeah, and I've done some stuff that I'm not proud of either. But
I've worked for the Empire. I know what that's about.
Yeah,
and that's basically him actually being the commander for the Empire, because the Death Watch was hired.
Yeah, so look, look, we've got a good group here of people that all have good and different skills. Even the gunman is pretty good occasionally. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. As I said, it's look what we saw, and I said, to me it just, when I was choking myself, I thought I was choking out an old commander. I said to myself, his name was Bruce, and I didn't like him. So, you like that, Mark? So I'm going, so I was like, it all got me as well. So it's. I know Thayer and Kiana seem better at this kind of stuff than I am because that doesn't make sense in my head. But I'm like, but it's I don't know. It's a hard thing to explain. I said you can tell people about it, they won't believe it, and it's I don't know, but hope that hasn't got like, hey, you've got some skills that I know you've got, like that I haven't got. So we all have our good things we're good at, and So, and I'm learning from your kind of your talking skills are really, really good. I've learned from you. So I kind of don't like making conversations too much. So that's because I've been used to just being who I am. So.
Probably the most you've heard from Ash at one time.
Yeah, there you go. I thought that was a good idea.
I think so.
So rather than just have basically Garm get back and go, fuck this, I'm done, I'm out. With the conversation I've had with those two, and the
room go, Misa, happy. Misa, miss bad thing.
I don't know. Would it still be a leadership or would it be charm, or?
For what is your goal?
Well,
what are you rolling for?
I'm, because again, my character is absolutely not anymore. Well, not as much.
Yeah.
Freaked out.
Yeah.
But
you're still seeing is he on board or not?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I would say that given the fact that he still has support from the team, and you were given space from the people who was freaking him out so much, instead of constant reminder. I believe next time he sees them, he would be a lot calmer and more reasonable. Considering they will have had some time.
So what you're saying is don't put it down to a dice roll, just role play it. Okay. All right.
Because it is player choice.
I was going to say, this could be cliffhanger. We'll see what happens next time.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well,
what I can say is shit happens and just get back up again.
Up to Peter to see if he wants to role play it rather than just make a decision.
And
but he can role play it next time.
And considering we're at 11:30, that would be that's what I was trying to suggest. Do some of it next session.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that understanding of time has passed.
Well, none of us wanted you to leave, so we're putting in the extra time to try and convince you to stay.
So I'm going to put it on the end credits, and we shall see what happens.
Dun.
So when you wrestle a bantha, this is what happens. So you need to go for the tail first, and make sure you put the tail in a left-hand arm twist, and then after that, then you go for the two back legs. Try to flip it on the side. I know this is going to be on YouTube. And then you roll it on its back, and then you go for the second nipple from the back, and then you twist it to both to the left. Okay. That stuns them for about 10 seconds, and then everyone jumps on the Bantha, and you've got the Bantha under control. Next week, I'll talk to the great Athea about how we're going to tam another